Hey, good morning. We are live here in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. Brian Glenn, Matthew Alvarez for once again full coverage here for President Trump's speech a little bit later this morning. But, you know, we're back here in New Hampshire. It seems like this time of year we're either in Iowa or we're in New Hampshire.
Exactly. I mean, you have the Iowa caucus first, right? And then you go in February of 24 where we have the New Hampshire primary. So obviously two huge states for the road to the White House for President Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we're going to unpack all of that. We're going to have Carolyn Levitt join us a little bit later. You know, she took a pretty good stab at congressional seat back here in 2020, did a phenomenal job, just about won that race.
Right.
Took on kind of a long-time Republican here in this area for that primary. But, you know, things are changing here in this state, and we'll share some of that with you as well as we were able to go out this morning, get some breakfast, talk to some locals. That's what we kind of like to do when we go to an area, is get and talk to the people and find out exactly what they're talking about, and we'll do that a little bit later. But hey, you know what? As always, none of this would be possible without our great partners, and today we got Birch Gold.
Yeah, definitely. Birch Gold always doing great things to back the dollar, right? Because, you know, these BRICS countries, they're really trying to devalue the dollar as much as they can and use those local currencies. But thanks to Birch Gold, there's a way to back that up.
Yeah, and of course, you know, your investments, your 401k are all at jeopardy with what's going on with this digital currency. So we just want to suggest right now, before President Trump starts here around noon here, local time, to go over to text the words Trump to 989898, and they'll send you a free information kit. You know, when you take a look at your 401ks, all of your investments, and what has happened now, granted, the stock market itself has not done all that bad, actually. It's been fairly good. I think it's a false rise. I think we're due for a crash. I think we're due for a substantial pullback on the value of all of that. And of course, meanwhile, they want to devaluize the dollar. So our friends over at Birch Gold, go check it out. Go text the words Trump to 989898, and they'll send you a free information kit for that. But we're live. The doors just opened here moments ago. As you can see, some people are filing in behind us. We're told this auditorium seats about 850. Now, obviously, we've got some rows here that they've designated for press, but it's about 850 people in here, Matthew. And by the looks of it outside, there's going to be a lot of people that won't get inside.
Yeah, we're talking at least 2,000 to 3,000 people out there right now. We did hear that in the lobby area, there's some screens for people to actually watch some of the speech as well. So they're going to let some people in the lobby to watch, because a lot of excitement, a lot of interest, of course, in President Trump returning to the White House. And of course, this being a huge primary state where, as we mentioned before off camera, we were talking about the polling. Yeah. Some good polling for President Trump here.
It is. You know, he won by 4 points back in 2020, and he's huge numbers as far as the primary goes. I mean, the primary is all said and done. I always like to use a sports analogy for this, that if your sports team is down, 40 plus games in a season, and you only have a little bit of the season left, you can all but say the season is over. This primary, barring any kind of major event, is over. The polling number definitely lead towards President Trump, and then head-to-head against Biden on a national basis, depending on what poll you look at, he's leading that 10 to 15 points. I actually think it's much higher than that, but I think the media doesn't want to report on that, because that would all but seal even the general election for President Trump, and then they're not quite ready to do that yet. But the polling is good here. You talked about Iowa, you talked about New Hampshire. We're looking at, February 13th?
Yep.
For the primary here in New Hampshire, and of course January 15th at 7 p.m. is the Iowa caucus. So we're spending a lot of our time in these first two states.
Yeah, exactly, and it's always good to see the president out there doing what he's doing, and always standing room only. As you were in Cedar Rapids just the other day,
yeah,
and I was in Waterloo, and we just saw all these people there because they want to see the country restored and to actually even improve even better than from 2016 to 2020.
And it's really interesting, Matthew. Every time we see one of these events announced, and it may be like President Trump gives remarks, for a certain group, it's not necessarily pitched as a rally, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's on a Saturday or a Sunday or a Monday or a Tuesday. It doesn't matter if it's at noon, a 7 p.m., 4 p.m., or in the morning. People will absolutely line up to hear the president speak. And so even though today is really pitched as a remarks type event, this feels like a rally. The crowds are like a rally. And you know what? I think that's what we're going to see all the way up until Election Day, because unlike, this movement, and President Trump often talks about this, what we're seeing now, this MAGA movement, Matthew, is something we've never seen in American politics.
Exactly. It is a national movement of faith and freedom and peace. And that's what this country is about. They want someone in the White House that has strong leadership, unlike what's happening right now with the Biden administration, when he's talking about things that are happening around the world and here at home. And
it's an America First agenda is what
Right.
it is. That's really what it comes out to. And we have seen prior administrations put every country first and not the American people first. And that's why you see in every aspect of his 47 agenda, President 47, it is putting America first in all aspects of our society. That's what has motivated so many people to come out and come to these events. They know that there is a plan to take back this country. We don't need any audition to take back this country. We know what that plan is. We've seen it. He did it in 2016. He was going to do it in 2020.
Exactly.
But you know what? We need him, and we need that plan back in 2024.
And we need it now. Let's be real. I mean, peace through strength with the situation, not only nationally, but internationally, Brian. I mean, I was thinking before, I feel like the world is falling apart, but I'll tell you, this wasn't the case when 45 was in office with what's going on with the attack in Israel, which we've been looking at those videos and hearing about the coordinated attack and how things would be different if President Trump was in office right now.
What's really interesting, I knew the history of Joe Biden and his foreign policy way before he took office, and it was disastrous. He's always had a horrible stance in regards to foreign policy, and now we're seeing it play out in his administration right now. And think about this, on his watch, Matthew, we've had an invasion of Ukraine from the Russian forces, which we were told from President Biden that, they're not going to do it. They're just, even though we had tanks and everything else to roll up to the border, we kept being told that that's not going to happen. We all knew it was going to happen, and it did. So that war happened on his watch. Now we have a conflict that has been going on for thousands and thousands of years. Let's not pretend like this just became a thing. It's very historical, and we certainly don't have the time, or I even say the knowledge to unpack exactly the historical events that led up to what's going on now. But once again, you have forces around the world, and let's not make any bones about it. These are evil forces around the world that have invaded, attacked countries, people of their faith, and that would not have happened under President Trump's leadership. We all know that. And so, to your point earlier, there is peace through strength, and that strength is President Donald J. Trump, is the man who the world absolutely fears is in terms of doing anything against our allies or even ourselves.
Well, we saw what he did against ISIS. He cleared out ISIS, let's be honest, right? And there's so many different names. You've got Hezbollah, Hamas, the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, all these names, right? But it's all under the same guise of death to America, death to Israel, as we saw the other day in the Iranian parliament. As these guys in suits and ties were chanting these things, if it's happening in leadership positions and then you see it actually happening on the ground with Hamas attacking the nation of Israel, we know what we're coming up against. But as you said, President Trump would take care of business, not only through peace, but if he had to, with what he did with ISIS, he just had to take them out.
He took them out, and he had a plan to take out ISIS. He told him he would do it. Matter of fact, the experts in all of this said, President Trump, this is going to take months to a year to get rid of the ISIS and the whole caliphate there. Well, President Trump did it in much shorter time because he doesn't hold back. When it comes to eliminating evil and showing strength through the military, he's not afraid to do that. And yet our military now, I think to a certain degree, is led by a group of people who are absolutely fearful of using the military in a way that needs to be done. He eliminated ISIS. And then, of course, if you want to kind of go to what we did in Afghanistan, which he says in his speeches, that's one of the most embarrassing moments in American history. The abandonment of our existence there at Bagram Air Force Base is an embarrassment, and we left a lot of good people behind. And it was just something that, well, it cost men and women of our military their lives.
Exactly. So what you get with weak leadership is those kind of things happening, and things happening not only in this country, again, around the entire world. You know, you think about radicals. Well, radicals are murdering people and killing people in other countries. And then, you know, we had what happened in 9/11, but also in this country, we are, as MAGA, are groups that are peaceful, are a nation of peace and freedom, and wanting that to spread throughout the world. So you've got this whole thing of freedom and good versus evil and tyranny, and here we are.
Well, here we are also. You look at what happened to Israel just a few days ago and some of the violence, and I think it's very interesting to point out the amount of images that we're seeing on X, formerly Twitter. It's amazing, and it's gruesome, and you know it's really unfolding and showing, and it's painting a picture of what's going on there right now. Israel was attacked by Hamas. There is no other way to say that. These people are evil, and it's a part of Palestine. There is no separation there. That is the same group, and so for some of our elected members in Congress who feel like that Israel antagonized this or had it coming, or actually in a certain way have said, well, they were due for that, is disgusting. And you know, and for the party that is so peaceful and that's always pushing back on efforts of war, why are they so obsessed with this war in Ukraine and our involvement in that? And all of a sudden they're embracing the fact that Israel gets attacked, and they're in almost a celebratory manner of saying, well, they deserved it.
State-sponsored terror from the country of Iran, they're the ones that backed this entire attack. If you look at reports, wide reports.
Well, when you trade hostage for hostage,
yeah,
which is one thing, but when you go hostage for hostage, and then, oh, by the way, here's $6 billion that we'll go ahead and give the Iranian government, that is not a deal that President Trump would have made. We all know that, but that is a deal that a weak president makes. And there is no doubt about it that, and you can't track direct money. There's no way that we can say, well, the $6 billion automatically got handed over to terrorists. But you can say this: it is absolutely, you know, a deposit for future activities. And we've seen now reports yesterday that it was confirmed that Iran actually planned this weeks ago, and to do all of this stuff. So this is something that I think is unfortunately. This conflict that we have now is not going to be resolved very soon at all. This is going to take some time. Israel has even come out and said this is something that they're going to eliminate them. They're going to do something that's going to make them remember for the next 50 years. And I'm paraphrasing on that. So it's going to get worse before it gets better. But that is the state of the Middle East right now.
I believe here in the United States that we should actually have maybe a national day of mourning for the people of Israel because of our close ties with that great nation. Wouldn't that be good to have something like that?
Well, they have Yom Kippur, which is one of those days of mourning that they do that. And I'm not an expert in Jewish holidays, so if I didn't completely expand on that, please forgive me. But there needs to be solidarity with this country behind Israel. Now I'm going to play devil's advocate for a second, because I've heard that argument from the left that says, well, wait a minute. You're against the war in Ukraine and us helping out Ukraine fight the Russians, but all of a sudden you're good about supporting Israel against their fight. And I think there's two different things there. Israel is the Holy Land, okay? Israel is basically the ground zero for Judaism and our faith. And this is more of a good versus evil. The Ukraine-Russia conflict, and from what you go back in the Donbass region, look back in 2008, this is a land dispute. It has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with land itself. So do I think it's justified to get involved and back Israel in this demonic war that's been launched on them? Absolutely yes. Do I think we're going to have U.S. soldiers on the ground in Israel fighting in the Gaza Strip? And no, that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. But are we going to help them with weaponry, aid, and military aid? We should.
Yeah.
We should help them at that. But I don't want U.S. troops on any foreign soil fighting a war. That's perfect. Let me be clear. No U.S. troops on any foreign soil, fighting a war. That's not our place. We're done with that. We're no longer going to turn this into a Vietnam where we're over in a foreign country where we're going to lose, thousands and thousands of our sons and daughters.
Exactly, and there's a number of nations out there that, of course, recognize Hamas as a terrorist organization, but there are a number that don't, including Brazil, China, Egypt, Iran, Norway, Russia, and the list goes on.
Yeah.
The CBC in Canada, actually, the news organization, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, I'm told, apparently they're telling their journalists not to refer to the perpetrators as terrorists. So the CBC in Canada is lining up with countries like China and saying Hamas is not a terrorist organization. That wasn't terrorism. What are these guys thinking?
Yeah, and I'll go a step further. Whenever the Allen shooter incident happened in Allen, Texas, an outlet mall, you had a shooter that showed up and started, killing innocent people. I had a family member that was right outside inside the restaurant when the law enforcement there shot and killed that shooter. Now, I had the only video in existence of the identity of that shooter. Matter of fact, it was pretty gruesome because it depicted him on the ground, obviously laying in a pool of blood. I tell you that because as soon as I posted it up on X, it was immediately flagged as inappropriate video, disturbing video, and it was flagged and taken down. But we have not seen that on X in regards to this conflict now that's going on in Israel, because we were yesterday scrolling through video after video of just really morbid pictures and video of people that had gotten shot and murdered. Why is that still in existence? Why is that allowed to be up there? But yet the shooter that was, some type of extreme militant is what it was. That was, I don't know if it was motivated by political or just hate. I don't know. But why was that taken down? But what we're seeing now in Israel is allowed to stay on the platform.
Yeah, exactly. And the videos you're referring to with the Israeli videos, absolutely horrifying, very difficult to watch. But we know that, this is why I believe the nation is in mourning here in the United States, except for places like New York City, not all of New York City, but we're seeing the American flag, our United States flag, and the Israeli flag being burnt and stomped on by people that are pro-Palestine in the sense of happy that Hamas attacked and killed 700 plus Israelis.
Yeah, I think you're going to see that death count really, really spike once they kind of go through. And you notice all of the demonstrations. I saw one in San Diego. I saw one in New York City. I saw another one in Texas. I would imagine over the next course of weeks and months, you're going to see many more of these public demonstrations between pro-Israel and anti-Israel. You're going to see that across the country. Let's pause time out right now and talk about our friends over at mytrumpshirt.com. We have always talked about that famous, Trump wanted short shirt, and collecting. We see a lot of Trump shirts in the crowd tonight, mugshot and other shirts in the crowd. And it's like, if you have someone in your life that is absolutely a Trump supporter, they need to join this club. They're going to get a Want It for President t-shirt as a welcome bonus to join their t-shirt club. You can probably wear it anywhere, work, church, why not, right?
Yeah, it's a free country still.
Still. So go check it out, the website, mytrumpshirt.com. That's mytrumpshirt.com. And as always, a lot of times, these offers don't last. They run out of supplies and stuff like that. Now, you can rest assured that this T-shirt is shipped and processed right here in New York City, not too far from us. So it's a proudly American company. So go check it out. mytrumpshirt.com. That's mytrumpshirt.com. We love our partners, especially when they have nice little merch like that.
Of course, and there's Trump merch, everywhere. When we come to these events, of course, you see all kinds of good hats.
Yeah, we do.
Shirts and mugs and all kinds of good stuff. So.
All right, so to unpack it here, Matthew Alvarez, Brian Glenn live here in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. Now, program starts at 11 o'clock, probably a couple speakers, I would imagine, and that would build up to maybe 20, 30 minutes probably. Then we have a good 30 minutes open time before he comes out at noon here. This is a high school, this is the main auditorium for the high school in this area, so it seats about 850 about. This is going to fill up for sure. The line actually goes around the entire building. It goes around the street, and it was building as we were sitting there waiting to come in. So not everyone's going to get inside, is my guess.
Right.
So if you are headed this way and you live in the area and you're watching us, thank you for watching us. We have a lot of supporters that live in this area.
Yeah.
You might want to get here pretty quick, because there's a good chance that you're not going to be let in.
Exactly. And we're about an hour, 45 minutes north of the city of Boston. So, yeah, a lot of people in Massachusetts and New Hampshire that are Trump supporters, of course, will be tuning in and supporting the fact that President Trump is here. We know there's a lot of people on the left that live in these two states, but you know what? People are getting converted, in my opinion, every day with what's going on in the country.
Well, it's interesting if you look at the Democrat primary. This is Bernie Sanders' country as far as he won it back in 2020. This is Trump country. He won it back in 2020. We had breakfast this morning at a little diner not too far from here. And we walked in. There was a couple, I guess, locals that had been there and probably are there every day. They made a kind of a little joke that said, "Let me get out of here before all the crazies come to town." And I think that was a derogatory statement towards Trump supporters. And I felt like there was a mixed bag in there between people who loved him and people who, for whatever reason, I would love to know what reason that you're not voting for President Trump. I really would like to know a logical reason for that.
Yeah.
But it is a mixed bag here. So this is one of those states. You've got a governor. You've got Governor Sununu, which he might as well just put a D in front of his name. I'm very thankful that he is a Republican, but he's not one of the strongest Republicans that we have. And I had somebody explain this to me, Matthew, and I want to take a second to talk about that. When you're in these districts and these states, I guess you can say, that is a very purple area, it's hard to go full throttle MAGA in a purple area, because you will absolutely lose any of the independent or even Democrat supporters that might bleed over to elect you. You gotta, and I don't necessarily agree with it, because I want every state to be blood red, in my opinion. But I do see the reason why you have certain governors and you have certain districts, and we'll talk about this a little bit later when we talk about the House race, that they can't go full throttle MAGA because it will alienate a lot of people in their constituents, and they will not win re-election.
I'm glad I'm not in that position right now, having to decide between that, because I would know what my decision would be.
You and I both would
MAGA.
be full flag of MAGA. If I was to run for a congressional seat in Texas, there is no doubt that I would be the biggest flamethrower in that they would have ever seen in that state, and I think it would go well, because I know what people in that part of the state, what they want, because we listen to them. But Governor Sununu, it's a different situation. So it's interesting when you have a governor that consistently goes on CNN and does his interviews, then you can rest assured that governor is probably more liberal than conservative, even though there is an R in front of his name.
Exactly, 100%. And Chris Christie comes to mind. I know he's on Fox as well, but on CNN too. And his poll numbers, they keep saying, "Oh, Chris Christie's doing pretty good in New Hampshire." Chris Christie's not going to do anything. He's a Democrat, former governor in New Jersey, and just needs to kind of exit stage right, hopefully as fast as he can. I was thinking about just MAGA as well. The socioeconomic status, whether someone is middle class, poor, all the way up to rich, doesn't matter. The point is, it's represented well throughout the whole country.
The thing I noticed about President Trump in 2016 is that he crossed over. It didn't matter if you drove a white construction van and you were a plumber and you had your tools in the back, or you drove a white Mercedes S500. He can talk to everyone. He can connect to everyone. He is a businessman. He is a leader. He is a strong alpha male. We talked a little bit about that as well. He is someone that when you want things done and they say, "Look, I got this. Here's my plan," it's going to get done. He's a developer. He's a real estate developer. New York City, when you think about New York City, at least I did, I thought about President Trump. at that time, developer Trump.
Right.
He is a leader with that. So, when you look at all the other candidates in the race, and there are a few, I would say one in particular that I think would probably go to his campaign stops with a MAGA hat on, because he's very much supporting of America First policies. But for the most part, we have people who think they have a plan. Hypothetically, they have a plan to fix America. But don't you want the guy who has the plan, that we know it worked before and it was working, and just make sure we get some of these policy changes, it will work again. But it all comes down to leadership. It really does, Matthew, and that's with anything. How many companies have you worked for where the leadership was poor?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something. You don't want to work for someone like that. They're making wrong decisions, losing money, things just aren't right. That's what's happening right now with the current administration.
And afraid to make changes. See, that's the thing. You got to have the courage to make decisions when you know others won't agree with you. But it's the right thing to do, instead of just going along with the crowd, or going along to go along, get along to go along, as they say. So I think it comes down to leadership. And you talked about Chris Christie, and we got Governor Sununu. These are people, and I'll give them a little bit of credit, being a Republican in a very Democrat area with Chris Christie in New Jersey. That is something I think for somewhat is kind of unique, right? But when it comes to saving America and the problems that we have right now, I think the rhetoric coming out of Chris Christie and the attacks that he has, and I've even seen, who was it the other day that actually, it was Governor Sununu actually said that President Trump's plans are not what's best for America. And I thought, well, I don't know where he was in 2016.
Yeah.
I have no idea where he was. Maybe he wasn't here. But his plans did pretty well. We had pretty good economic numbers, and guess what? There were no more new wars in this world.
This whole notion of business as usual that some of the mainstream media is trying to push, and some candidates are trying to push, it's just not the case. Yeah. It is not business as usual. We know what's happening. Some of us feel like the world is falling apart. We need someone in there to take care of business, bring it back to what it was, and also improve from that state. So that's what we're looking for as American citizens.
Yeah, I saw a tweet today, and let's talk about Israel just for a second. All that's going on in Israel right now, I saw a statement from one of the Minister of Defense, someone in the government, that said, look, if you were denied a handgun or any type of firearm before, if you turned in your firearm previously for whatever reason, or if you just want to arm yourselves right now, you've never owned a fire gun, we are going to waive all of the restrictions and waiting period for that firearm. They are basically implementing a Second Amendment right there in Israel, which I think is awesome. It's a very purpose why our founding fathers gave us our Second Amendment, so that we can defend ourselves really from a tyrannical government is what it's meant for, but also an invasion. But then I'll say this. Here's what the problem is with this. Maybe, when they talk about criminals targeting gun-free zones, that if you go to a gun-free zone and you're some type of shooter, that, well, why would I go shoot up a place that I know people have guns on them? Would this have happened if they knew that maybe the area they were invading had an abundance of firearm and carry permits, that maybe that wouldn't happen? So this might be a classic example how that if you arm civilians and you give them the ability to defend themselves, then maybe that will lessen the chance of them being involved in some type of crime against them. I think it's great that Israel is basically rolling back restrictions on obtaining a firearm. If you live there, would that not be the first thing you grab right now to protect yourself and your family from what's happening?
100%. And also, makes me think of a video that I saw of a dad, mom, and a young son and a young daughter in captivity, taken hostage by members of Hamas in their own house.
Yeah.
They had the Hamas members had weapons, and it showed somebody recorded on their cell phone this family sitting there, and apparently their 18-year-old daughter was killed in the other room. And you have to watch a young son and daughter asking their mommy and daddy what's going on,
yeah,
as these terrorists are walking around their apartment. So at the end of the day, we know we got to get back to some strength here in the United States to help make that happen all around the world.
No, it's a classic example how the Second Amendment is there to protect you from harm. And so if citizens in Israel had an abundance of handguns and the ability to defend themselves, I'm not saying that particular event would not have happened, but it makes you pretty darn feel good about yourself knowing that you can protect your family in case something like that happens. Look, there's going to be, we can sit here all day and do hypotheticals about what are the chances of that happening here in the States, and I don't want to give you happy talk. I'm not here to say, oh, that would never happen here in the U.S. I don't ever see an attack like that happening here in the U.S. I could say that under a secure southern border that we'd had under President Trump. Honestly, Matthew, I can't say that's no longer the truth because our southern border has been so broken and there's been so many known apprehensions and way more unknown apprehensions. How do we know with a clear conscience that some of these bad guys have not come in this country with weaponry to do certain harm like what's been done in Israel?
The answer is we don't have that knowledge because we have no idea who is crossing over the southern border. There's no way to check who it is because they're not being checked. Maybe they are a little bit, but they're getting shipped via bus, via airplane to New York, Chicago, Denver. As we saw the other day in my connecting flight in Chicago, someone from Venezuela and also Zaire, so that's the Democratic Republic of Congo. So through broken English, kind of spoke with them, and I said, who are you for, Biden or Trump? And they said, Biden. I said, why? Because he let you in? And he said, yes, yes, Biden. So we know what's going on. It's got to stop. With the National Guard would be a great idea.
No, if I was the president of Texas, or governor of Texas rather, on day one, I would deploy about every National Guard that I had, reserve and active. I would deploy every military ability that I had on that border, and I would shut it down. And I wouldn't just catch and release here in the States. I would catch and release back in Mexico immediately. I mean, there is no transitioning. I don't care what your name is. I don't care how old you are. I don't care what your reason is. You're going back because until we stop this flow that's uncontrollable, you have to take that bold approach. And once again, I go back to leadership. That's what leaders do. They do say things sometimes others may fear they will not like, and it's just too bad. So it's in the best interest of this country. Once again, Matthew, it's putting America first.
And that's exactly what President Trump did in his 4 years in office and hopefully 4 more years. Senior advisor Stephen Miller posted on Truth Social recently that Trump brought us safety, stability, and peace, while Biden is bringing us destruction, disaster, and war. So part of Agenda 47, right? Peace through strength.
Peace through strength. All right, let's also talk about another proud partner that we have is a Trump book. I mean, who doesn't like a Trump book? And so we've got a great offer for you as well. It talks about all the accomplishments in President Trump and all the things that really make him see, kids aren't going to learn this in school.
Right.
And they're not going to see it on social media. So there has to be one way that they can see it. And so check out this book, Make America Great Again. It talks about, President Trump and what he did, and does it in a way that kids can understand the accomplishments, because I think that's important. Matter of fact, I noticed some high schoolers walking in behind me, because, by the way, it is Columbus Day. So happy Columbus Day, or happy Indigenous People Day, I guess. Was redefined here years ago. They're here, and this is one great way that kids can be informed of the accomplishments of President Trump. So go to freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com, and get the kids' guide to President Trump. I think it's terrific. I think everyone should have it. Give it to, if you got somebody graduating from, kindergarten or first grade, second grade, that's the kind of level that you have. It's got some great illustrations on it as well. Makes it colorful and good to read. Go check it out. freetrumpbook.com. Once again, another proud partner for today's broadcast.
And always a good Christmas gift. Those kind of things are always fun to see, especially kids. When they get a little older, they want to be interested in politics a little bit. You see that sometimes happening. So always good. We are here in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside our main man, Brian Glenn. You can follow us at Matthew Alvarez, at Brian on Truth Social, and at RSBN as well. And send this link to as many people as you can out there. So President Trump will speak at 12 o'clock today.
12 o'clock here local time. So the program starts here in about an hour, 11 o'clock. They have a pre-program. Usually you have the Pledge of Allegiance. You have a couple local speakers, local state and legislators here that will probably speak beforehand. Okay, let's get into the race that everyone is talking about right now. That is the speaker race. And we're coming off an historic removal of Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy. It's not been done in 100+ years. Matt Gaetz introducing vacate the chair. That passed, and so we have now a transitioning period for the Speaker. Now, I've been reading a lot online to see kind of where we're at right now, and let me unpack a few things for you that's involved in this Speaker race and things that you may not know of right now. Later today, the Republican conference, is having a closed-door meeting. And what they're going to do, Matthew, is they're going to go in there and say, all right, what's our plan? What are we doing? Who do we want? What's our goals? What's our objectives? Because what they want to avoid is coming off another 15, 16-round speaker race that is, the optics on it is horrible. Like we can't go that route.
Right.
It looks like we're not focused.
Yeah.
It's just not a good look. So tonight they're going to meet in the conference and talk about that. Then tomorrow we kind of go into a informal nomination of people. So we say, okay, who do we got? So right now the top nominations that have been thrown out to the public and internally has been Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan. So you got Steve Scalise of Louisiana and Jim Jordan, Ohio. Two great Republicans. There's no doubt about it. Both of them are great. One is more MAGA, Jim Jordan, than the other. So you do have a little bit of separation there. But what I want to avoid is getting into another speaker race where we're going to go multiple rounds. It's going to be a pit between one and the other. So, because think about this for a second, that's what the left wants. They want division within our conference. They want us fighting each other. And that's one thing you didn't see a whole lot from the Democrats. They don't fight each other like Republicans fight each other. And now, of course, we have certain reasons why we do fight each other, because obviously there are people in our party that might as well have a D in front of their names and not R. So that is one thing to fight.
AKA Rhino.
That is one thing to fight. So Tuesday, I'm thinking at the very earliest, Thursday would be a day that they would go into a nomination period. But it'd be Thursday. I was optimistic last week that we would have a speaker by the end of this week, but based upon what I've read and what I've heard, I don't think that's possible. I don't think that Jordan initially would have the votes, and I don't even think Steve Scalise would have the vote. I think Steve Scalise right now can get more votes, but I don't. But maybe not to 217, 218. I don't think that's possible right now.
Do you think there will be a circle around with Kevin McCarthy?
There is chat, and let me kind of go to this. I got some of the notes. There is chat there. Let me pull it up here. That McCarthy could still, for the most part, McCarthy can stay in a position of, it's not a leadership position, but it's more of a position of fundraising, and I'm just going to kind of go through here. It's noteworthy, and I'm reading, this is Chad Pergam on Twitter, so shout out to Chad Pergam. It's notable that McCarthy has made a point of telling reporters Friday this week that he would not resign. Some McCarthy alkaloids believe that McCarthy may not be out yet, pointing to his remarks on Fox Saturday that the House is paralyzed and cannot respond to war in the Middle East. That's the timing of all this too. We have no speaker right now, so we cannot respond to what's going on in the Middle East. And there is a good, some close to McCarthy suggest that even if McCarthy doesn't return to speakership immediately, get this, he may return in the House to raise money for GOP candidates and hope to recapture the speakership leadership in the House. So it is possible that at the end of the day, we go through this removal of the speaker, we go through a nomination process, and no one gets enough votes to become speaker, and then we reinstall Kevin McCarthy on a new vote and become Speaker of the House again. Who knows? At this point, who knows what's going to happen?
Get your popcorn ready.
Get your popcorn ready. And I would say get your patience ready, because I will say this, and we talked about this the other day. Who would want that job at this point? Think about this for a second.
Wow.
Who would want a speakership job that if you don't perform what the base wants in a timely fashion, then they can just go up and vacate the chair? If I'm a speaker, I am not including that in the speaker race. I don't. It should not be one chair, one vote to vacate the chair, because we're going to have a revolving door of speakers if we do that. And the thing about speakership is you have to be able to work. And I know MAGA's not going to believe me on this, and they're going to light me up in the chats. But you have to be able to get things done, and that is the work. Even working with Republicans that you don't necessarily agree with, you have to be able to do that in order to get things done. You just can't go scorched earth, because remember, it takes 218 on anything in the House to pass. So Matthew, when they criticize Speaker McCarthy for not getting stuff done, I just say this: he's not an author. He's not he doesn't do everything. It takes votes to do that. It takes on the House floor to go up for a vote. So if we don't have 218 to pass a bill, guess what? It's not going to pass. It's not McCarthy's fault. It's the conference's fault why it didn't pass. So I wouldn't want that job. I'm just telling you right now, that is a very difficult job there in D.C. Now, I will note that McCarthy was a historic fundraiser for the Republican Party, which I still hope that he has the ability and the desire, I'm sure he does, to keep doing, because it takes money to win these elections. And Matthew, we have a lot of elections coming up in 24 that are very close races in this country, seats that we cannot afford to lose, and it's going to take money and in a certain extent a good candidate to win these races, and we need money to do that. That's what Kevin McCarthy was able to do.
And the funding that's needed to make it to that next level, you're speaking of funding, I mean, even President Trump saying, what, $47 million or $36 million just from funding for his campaign.
Yeah.
So it's just this continuing flow of money coming in, which is good for situations like these false sham accusations against the president and others.
And remember the chat of President Trump becoming Speaker of the House. When that first circulated, I got so many messages that said, is that possible? And I'm like, yeah, they don't have to be an active member of Congress to become Speaker. You just get nominated. Of course, you have to have the votes to become Speaker in the House, but it is possible. Now, I was first ballot President Trump all day long for Speaker of the House. That was me, because we know exactly what his policies are. We know exactly what bills he would push to the floor. We know what he'd call for votes on. That's not realistic. That's happy talk. That's fantasy draft stuff. But he did come out the other night and endorse publicly Jim Jordan for Speaker of the House. So if you're a MAGA conservative, if you're an America First Republican, based upon that, I mean, why would you, and I'm just throwing this out there, why would you support Scalise if the creator, the originator of the America First policy, President Trump, the MAGA base, if he is the one telling you that he publicly supports Jim Jordan, then I don't know of any other reason why to vote for anyone else. That's based upon, if that's who he endorses, that's your pick.
He is smart and the ultimate strategist. He knows exactly what's going on, what to do, and to help get this country back. And so that's the chess pieces that he's moving around for us to unite as a party. But also, I think there's a number of people on the left that are good-hearted people that are just maybe a little brainwashed. They're starting to come over to the right side of things. Look at the Dallas mayor. Look at Tulsi Gabbard.
Hang on a second. Let's talk about the Dallas mayor for a second. I agree with you on that. But I am not rolling out the red carpet for the mayor of Dallas. I live in the Dallas area. I know exactly.
Just playing sides at this point.
Well, that's how rhinos are born.
Exactly.
All you do is just change the D to an R and go, I'm a Republican now. When you're not really. I want to see aggressive policies come out of that mayor. I want to see him do things not only in the city of Dallas, but obviously he has political aspirations to go much higher than that. That's why he's doing this.
Right.
So I'm willing to say welcome to the Republican Party. but I'm not rolling out the red carpet and giving him a parade yet because I want to see what happens. Tulsi Gabbard's another one. I was always shocked of how many people would just jumped on this Tulsi Gabbard love affair when she had not, she hadn't voted, well, she was out of office at the time, has not promoted one conservative agenda. Her voting record was horrible. It was the most liberal, socialistic voting record in that party, but yet all of a sudden we're supposed to roll out the red carpet. Once again, welcome. I'm glad that you're starting to see the light, but let's just pump the brakes on falling in love with some of these people that all of a sudden say that they're Republican.
100%. I know that I definitely have not fallen in love with them, but I will say the vetting process, to see the actions, to see the words spoken. Let's be real. We know if someone's MAGA or not. We know if someone is a true and blue Trump supporter or not.
Sure.
I mean, regardless what industry they work in. We know the words, we know the key phrases. You can just tell when somebody is talking about God and the Constitution, freedom, saving the nation, you know that person's MAGA. So when I'm saying to be honest, I'll stand corrected here because I'm not going to start just rattling off a couple names like that unless we know that somebody is not a rhino and that kind of thing.
I think it's a different political climate than it was 6-7 years ago, so I'm much more critical now than I ever has
100%.
been. I'm much more critical.
Right.
Because we've seen people, and I'll tell you right now, Glenn Youngkin's one of them.
Yeah.
He ran for governor there in Virginia, and we were along for his campaign in the closing days, and his big push at that time was the school board meetings and the parents' rights and school boards and all of that. That's what he came into office on. That was his agenda. Well, you fast forward to today, and some people say that he hasn't done enough in that state in regards to that. And there's even rumors of him being a dark horse in 2024 for Republicans, and there is a deadline coming up in Nevada, and I want to say it's this next week actually to register to be on the primary there in Nevada, and so we'll see if that's going to happen. And so I'll go back, and President Trump talks about this a lot whenever Ron DeSantis was asked the question, are you planning to run for president? And when he wouldn't answer that question, President Trump says, and I'm going to quote, that son of a gun is going to run.
Yep.
He's going to run.
Yep.
So when Glenn Youngkin was questioned on Fox News a couple of weeks ago about his future in the Republican Party and whether or not he was going to run in 2024, guess what? That son of a gun didn't answer the question. So I'm a little apprehensive on people jumping in the race thinking that they have a better plan to save this country than what President Trump has laid out before us. I'm a little hesitant because I feel like if I'm a Republican, you sit back and you endorse the president and his plan. You defeat the Democrats. That, at the end of the day, Matthew, that's our job, is to defeat the Democrats, not defeat and play footsies with one another of who can get the most votes. We already know whose plan works. And that's what bothers me about this Republican Party.
100%. The candidates right now, the JV squad, the beneath President Trump squad, except for Vivek, in my opinion, hopefully maybe sometime in the cabinet of President Trump. But the point is, these guys need to get off of the stage, realize the time that we're living in right now. Again, as I said before, it's not business as usual, and that's what, Fox News and the debates and all that looks like business as usual. We realize what's happening to the country right now. We realize why President Trump is out here saying the things he's saying, because they're trying to knock down the Constitution, take away freedom. We're preaching to the choir right now, but I do want to tell you about our newsletter because there's a lot of exclusive offers and information on there. It's rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Easy to sign up. Not only that, follow us on all the social media platforms, including Rumble, which I know a number of you are watching on right now. So let your friends know about Right Side Broadcasting Network. I know we're pretty well known, but it's only growing, Brian.
It only grows. So there's also exclusive offers on that newsletter that you can't get anywhere else. So you won't get a push notification on anything else, but go sign up, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Sign up for that. It's absolutely free. Grace Saldana is our editor-in-chief, and many times a lot of people come up to me and they say, hey, I found out about this because of your newsletter or because of the articles that were pushed out. So they do a fantastic job. We have, I think, some of the most underappreciated writers in all of conservative media, to be honest with you. So go sign up for our newsletter at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. tvOS.com/newsletter. I want to talk about, so we've got a conflict in the Middle East going on right now. We've got all these other issues that we got the Hunter Biden, we got Joe Biden, you got the LLC, you got the Burisma, you have all this, impeachment. All of that stops, Matthew. Don't you? I want you to understand this. All of those investigations, all of those hearings, for the most part, all that progression on the things that you and I want for the Republican Party and want for 2024 comes to a screeching halt because we have no speaker. Period. We have no speaker. So we can sit there and fight one another for another 2-3 weeks and try to come up with who it's going to be, and we can debate who's more America first and who's not, and who's a rhino and who's not. But at the end of the day, we're not getting anything accomplished in the House at all. And I think that is a complete waste of time. Another thing, do you know who sets the calendar for Congress? Steve Scalise sets the calendar for Congress. Okay, so when people say, why did you take August off? Why did you take 6 weeks off? We have all this to accomplish. Don't point fingers at Kevin McCarthy. Now, granted, he could have said, let's stay in session, let's get these appropriations done, and let's get it hammered off and then go for a break. But he didn't. But that Steve Scalise is in charge of the calendar. So when people get very critical of Congress and why do they take off, and a lot of people think that for whatever reason, if they see that their Congress member is off in another state doing something, they go, why aren't they in Congress right now? They should be in Congress. Your American tax dollars are at work, and you're not doing your job. Well, a lot of them are back in their constituents, back in their states, but they're out of session. They have a calendar, just like your kids have a calendar for school. They meet in the calendar and the days that are marked off for them and to be in session. So if you're angry about Congress taking 6 weeks off in August and coming back like in second week of September, that's fine. I'm angry too. And you could talk to the majority of Republicans, Matthew. They wanted to work during that 6 weeks recess. They wanted to get stuff done. So don't point fingers at your Congress member. You got to point fingers at Steve Scalise. They're responsible for setting the calendar, and then you can point fingers at Kevin McCarthy for not overriding that and saying, let's work harder. That's to be debated whether or not that would have made any difference at all. Because at the end of the day, if Matt Gaetz wanted to vacate the chair and he had support, it was going to happen eventually if that was what he wanted to do. But I think people need to have a clear idea that the Congress meets on a set calendar. And I'll pull up a calendar here in a second, and I'll show it to you guys. It's been changed up a little bit, but it's just important to note that, it's easy to just blame everybody for the problem when there's really a few that are in control of it.
And we're just looking forward to getting a speaker in the House right away. And as you mentioned, we thought Thursday would be the vote, but it looks like it's going to be a lot longer than that.
I think so. I think Thursday's the earliest you're going to see for any type of vote. And like you said, Republicans are going to meet later today in a closed conference meeting, and they're going to say, look, what's our game plan here? What's important to us? And I know that here's another thing. Each person in Congress has things that they're close to them. They have things that they want to accomplish, right? What's the priority? Do you want no more funding to Ukraine? That seems to be, you would think, that seems to be a very popular stance, but we've got 107 Republicans that thought we want to continue to send money to Ukraine, so that's not overwhelming. It's about a 50-50 almost. So depending on who the speaker is and what they stand for, it really depends on if they get that person's vote. So it is complicated, and you know what? I wish we could do it this week, but I just don't think it's possible.
I hear you. And also you brought up Ukraine funding. Seeing reports that the Biden administration actually is looking to put together I saw this staggering number, $100 billion package for Ukraine.
Yeah.
They already just, in a different story, gave $6 billion to Iran. It's just all this money going to all these, to other countries.
Well, what the Ukrainian money does, and let's break this down for a second. The money given to Ukraine is to fund their government. Okay, it's to fund their services, the government, their payroll. I mean, we actually hired 57,000 new first responders. So we have done. That's where that money goes to, okay, to fund that. That's not outside the military aid. I think Q1, you're looking at around $24 billion laid aside for Q1. That is an extremely amount of money. So when I see people, and I'll play devil's advocate here, people on the other side saying, well, wait a minute. What's the difference between giving money to Israel and then giving money to Ukraine. They're both fighting a war on their soil. But the difference is the money that we give Ukraine actually goes to their government, actually funds their retirement, their pension, their payrolls, keeps the lights on. The money given to Israel is straight military money to help them not only with the tanks and the military equipment. It's not to run their government. That's two different things. We don't want to run Israel. Matter of fact, and I read this yesterday, Israel's very against getting, they're not looking for people to help them. Like Ukraine wants all these countries to come in and help them. You're not going to see that in Israel. That's not how they are set up to do things. So we'll talk a little bit more of that in just a second. But first, let's talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. You know, it's funny, we talk about the market. We'll get into the treasury bonds here in just a second and how historical those things are going. But when it comes to retirement, when it comes to your savings, you got to make sure you're prepared. I feel like I'll never stop working because I enjoy it, but one day I would like to stop working, and I want to make sure my retirement looks pretty good.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why Birch Gold is a great company doing great things out there. Coming against, once again, BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, because those countries are actually trying to go to the local currencies instead of the U.S. dollar, devaluing our dollar. So that's why Birch Gold is doing this.
Yeah, so just text the words Trump to 989898, Trump to 989898. You get your free information kit. They are the experts in gold, silver, precious metals. They will send you an information kit. You can take a look at it and make your own decision. We're not saying put all your eggs in one basket. That would be irresponsible. But I think during these economic times, and it's going to get worse, you need to be diversified into gold. So text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. We talked about digital currency. I had the opportunity to hear the Prime Minister of India when he was in town. He was at the Capitol. He spoke for about 2 hours. I think I understood about a quarter of it because his accent was very, very heavy. Hard to understand sometimes. But he talked about the chipping of his citizens, of putting digital chips inside their citizens' arms for currency purposes, and they kind of spin it where it's for medical. Like if something was to happen to you, you would have this medical information embedded in your hand that you would be able to go and they would scan it and they would pull up your medical history instantly. Sounds great, right? Sounds like it's the future of medicine, which is kind of scary. But here's what's even scarier: this digital currency that is embedded in your hand to basically, who needs a wallet? Who needs a credit card when you have it embedded in your skin? But it also allows the government to turn off your digital currency, and that's kind of tying it into Birch Gold. So I am not. When I heard this, and of course half the House floor of Democrats were applauding with this digital currency, kind of a chip in your hand, and Republicans for the most part was going, what in the world did he just say about chipping our citizens? And the Prime Minister actually bragged about that he's chipped tens and tens of millions of Indians, and that his goal was to have every citizen in India chipped with this this ID system. I think that's horrible. I want nothing to do with that.
100%. And you mix that in with a social credit score, and then they're just judging and docking you down every time. And of course we know, and as you know, watching right now, what that chip is all about, biblically speaking. But outside of that, the fact when Brian told me this information, because he was at that speech, I wasn't, and when he told me that the Prime Minister said there was millions of Indians that received this chip already.
Yes, and their goal is for the entire country to be chipped.
Right.
That's what they're doing. So to kind of go back to Birch Gold, if you don't think that the digital currency is coming and that is a threat to the dollar, then you're just being horribly disingenuous to yourself, because it's going to happen. So go check it out, Birch Gold. I do want to talk about these high treasury, the yields you're getting on these treasury bonds right now. The one year yield on these things are about a little over 5%. It's incredible. Now, it's historic, and we were tracking it. Just April of 22, it was around 1%. And now, looking at October of 23, it's just above 5%. Now, what does this mean to the economy? What does this mean to you and I? Well, it means one thing. A crash is coming. If you look back at when these spikes in the Treasury yields has happened, it's usually the pretense to the market crashing. And President Trump talks about this. I'm not necessarily talking about a recession. I think we've been in a recession. I think the market is not a direct indication of how the American consumer is viewing the economy. I think we're looking at a depression of something we've never seen before, and I think it happens Q2 of next year, and I think it goes through the election, and I think that's just one of those situations where if it was me, I'd be all over these high-yield Treasury bonds. I'd be all over Birch Gold right now. I would put my money where it's safe, because it's coming, Matthew. It's coming.
It seems like at every angle, whether it's monetary, whether it's military, whether it's healthcare, whether it's education, whether it's the Constitution, there's an attack on the earth against freedom-loving people. And obviously that's why President Trump is running for office once again.
I saw 61% of Americans were living paycheck to paycheck. 61% of Americans, paycheck to paycheck. That's not just lower income people. That's across the board. That is high earners, because look, inflation is historical, okay? The cost of goods, businesses, the profit margins are a lot smaller than there was. Like, for instance, when you go out to a restaurant, how often do you notice, like, my goodness, this costs how much now? Or you go get gasoline, it cost me $116 the other day to gas up the car. I don't think I've ever paid $116 to gas up any car. $116.
Was that 87, 89, 93?
No, that was 87.
Wow.
That's the cheap stuff.
That's insane. Well, we're here in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. President Trump to speak at noon.
Yep.
We're going to show the crowd right after this commercial break. Brian Glenn, Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you in a second.
We'll be right back.
Hello, this is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created a kids guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Get your free gift bundle featuring the Kids Guide to President Trump, a free kids magazine, and the Great Again video lesson by visiting freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
All right, we're back out here live in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. Matthew Alvarez, Brian Glenn with you, building up to a 12 o'clock local time. President Trump taking the stage. The program starts here at around 11. We talked about President Trump. We talked about his accomplishments, Matthew, and there is one excellent way to share that, and that is with that free Trump book.
Yeah, I mean, the book's great. It's something that, anybody needs in their lives in the sense of getting it for Christmas or graduation, that kind of thing. Awesome book for kids.
It is. And so it does it in a way that kids can understand. Make America great again. It's going to talk about the accomplishments of President Trump. It's going to talk about what he did in office. And there's one way to spread that message. They're not going to see it on Instagram. They're not going to read it on Twitter. They're not going to see it in the news. But you can read about it. FreeTrumpBook.com. FreeTrumpBook.com. Go check it out. They're great partners. I know that Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas, played a big part in this book. It's just a terrific. The illustrations are brilliant as well. I mean, as far as it really translates his accomplishments, go check it out. FreeTrumpBook.com. I was just talking off camera here in the break about the speaker race, and I was talking to a former, somebody in the media, and we were talking about how ridiculous it is right now that we can't do anything. There is a war going on, and we can't respond to it in any way. Well, actually, let's just go. Okay, we'll back up for a second. I never saw any kind of articles of war declared on the House floor for our involvement in Ukraine. Whatever happened to that? We didn't see any articles on that, so that wasn't approved. But yet, it is happening. But the House comes to a screeching halt right now because we have no speaker.
Yeah, and it's in the middle of turmoil, not only internationally, but right here at home. A lot going on, a lot of bills that need to be passed that are, America First and MAGA, but there's other things out there too, as we spoke about the Ukraine funding. Hopefully, we just stop giving them money.
Yeah. Well, as we drove around New Hampshire this morning after we did the preset here, and we stopped into a restaurant, had breakfast, and we kind of got a feel of what it was. We talked to a local earlier this morning and said, hey, there's a lot of Trump supporters here in New Hampshire. Matter of fact, President Trump won New Hampshire by about 4 points back in 2020. Bernie Sanders on the Democratic side won this state as well. But it's interesting to point out, this is new here. Like the challenges we have for 24 are different than the challenges we had in 2020. President Trump was not only battling the China virus, the China flu, as he likes to say, come through here and destroy our economy. Not only did he come up with the Operation Warp Speed to get the vaccine safely developed and brought on the market, and like I said, that's your choice to take it, but that he did create that. He also rebuilt the economy. We bounced back from a huge recession, if you will, a pullback in the economy. So, he did that as well. So, the challenges that we had in 2020 are very different than what we have now. Now we have a war in Ukraine. We have, the Middle East breaking out in violence. We have the open border. We have the southern border. We have a bad economy. There's so much that we got to fix that is very different. And the people here in New Hampshire, for the most part, are going to elect President Trump again.
This is all while President Trump is just working to make America great again.
I see Carolyn Levitt. Let's see if we can get her over here. Somehow she'll make her way. I don't know how she can do it. Let's see. I'll let you see if we can get her over here real quick as we bring in Carolyn Levitt here momentarily to come in here as we are live here in New Hampshire. Also, don't forget to go to our website as well, rsbnetwork.com/donate, because we do have great partners like the Free Trump book. We've got the T-shirt, we've got Birch Gold, but also our biggest partner is you. our viewer. So go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, and that's how we got started. That's where we are today. And as people in the parking lot earlier were saying, hey, we love Right Side. We're so glad that you guys are here. We're glad that you're doing what you can for this country. We're live on the air, so we're not going to show you common over seats right now, but we'll bring in Carolyn.
Oh gosh, I don't want this on camera.
No, it's not on camera. There we go.
Am I on camera?
Nope. All right, so we're going to bring her in. Well, here, I'll tell you what, why don't you just come right here?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right, yeah.
I'll come over here.
Whatever. She's not going to move.
See, thank you. There we
There
go.
we go. Okay, this is much better.
this is much better. This
Been
is much
making
better.
a fool of myself and ripping my pants or
Well,
something.
we don't want to do that, but we're glad you're joining us. We were talking
Thank
about you
you.
earlier. New Hampshire is absolutely Trump country.
Yeah, it
Driving
is.
around here and talking to the locals. He won it in 2020,
That's
but we
right.
think that the points that he'll win it in 2024 will be much larger than what he did in 2020.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Trump country. I mean, you just look outside. There are thousands of people lined up outside. They've been waiting since 2 in the morning. And I spoke to so many of them. They're just great patriots, and they are so concerned with what's going on in this country right now. They all believe, and it's true, that President Trump is the only one that can really pull us out of the hellhole that Joe Biden has brought us into, whether it's on the world stage, here at home, our economy. There's so many issues that are so prevalent to so many people here. We've seen mass influx of illegal immigrants here in New Hampshire.
You know, I was just going to ask you what the
Yeah.
number one was, and we said this morning we went to another business to and we noticed several.
Yeah.
And we thought, wow, I mean, this far north, and we got a feeling that the immigration has pushed up
Yeah.
all the way to New Hampshire.
It has. It's unbelievable. We have a northern border crisis in this state right
Wow.
now, where there are migrants coming in from Canada, and the northern border agents have now had to been redeployed to the southern border to clean up the mess that Joe Biden manufactured there. So we're not only seeing an influx from the south, but also from the north. And then what's really hitting our state hard, and you talk to anyone in this room, they will tell you they know a friend, a family, a loved one that has died of an overdose. We have one of the highest rates of overdoses of any state in this country, and it has increased tenfold since Sleepy Joe came into the White House at the hands of Chinese fentanyl and Mexican drug dealers.
And then the economy, and I've often said this, it's the lowest hanging fruit. Gasoline is the lowest hanging fruit that you can really say that is all Joe Biden as far as his energy policies reversed from what Trump had. How is that affecting people here in New Hampshire?
Big time. We have one of the highest utility rates of any state in the country historically, and that has only increased because of Biden's war on our domestic energy. When President Trump was in office, I was paying $1.49 for gasoline in this state. Now it's almost $5 a gallon, and it's the home heating oil that is really killing people. I spoke to a great man outside, and he told me last winter, for the first time in his life, he and his wife were putting extra blankets on themselves to sleep because they couldn't afford their home heating oil to heat their home. So we're a cold weather state. So this literally impacts people and forces them to choose between feeding their families or heating their homes. It doesn't have to be this way, and it wasn't this way a few short years ago under President Trump.
So do you anticipate more people that were perhaps independent voters or even Democrat voters shifting over and voting for President Trump in 2024?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You look at every poll, he's crushing it with independents. He's winning them by 18, 20 points. Even soft, old school, working class, blue collar, union Democrats are realizing, because they're feeling it every single day in their pocketbooks. They're seeing the repercussions of Biden's lawlessness agenda in our American inner cities as well.
I talked to a guy this morning. He said a lot of people are moving to New Hampshire from other states.
Yeah.
He goes, I just wish they wouldn't bring their
Yeah.
politics to New Hampshire. I know for someone who has a house in Texas, we experience that a little bit.
Right.
What's your thoughts on that? I mean, have you seen an influx of people moving from
Yes.
very blue states coming here?
Yes, unfortunately, we have people from New York, Massachusetts, even as far away as California coming here because we have a business-friendly environment, no sales tax, no income tax. But then they come here and they vote for Democrat politicians that are going to implement those very policies. So it is very frustrating for lifelong Granite Staters like myself, whose family owns a business here, because we're really being hurt and impacted by Bidenomics that's trickling down to our state and local offices as well.
And we were talking this morning as well, as if you find somebody that doesn't like Trump for whatever reason, you ask them, well, what do you like about the current administration?
Right.
They really can't tell you.
Nothing.
So they've been brainwashed for the most part to just think that anything conservative, anything Republican is bad for whatever reason, but they can't tell you a reason why they would vote for Joe Biden.
But the thing is now, Brian, it's getting so bad that even those Democrats who may have been brainwashed by the fake news over the past few years, they are realizing that something has to change. And I was with two of my friends who are my generation yesterday. They're very liberal, right? But we were talking about what's going on with the war in Israel. People are genuinely afraid for their safety and their security. And, you know, people vote on their own self-interest. They vote for their pocketbooks and they vote for their safety. And we've never been less secure, less safe, and our economy is heading for the recession, the likes of which we probably haven't seen since the 30s.
I said that right before you came on. I think it's more of a depression. I think the recession we were already kind of in, it's going to bottom out. The southern border wide open. We've got a lot of bad guys. I know President Trump talks about a lot of bad guys have come in this country. I'm now starting to see a lot of language, a lot of people talking about chats about the realistic chance that something could happen here that happened over in Israel, and I think it's very possible because we have no clue who was coming in this country. We know the ones that we caught, but there's far more that we didn't catch. But I want to get your thoughts on that of terrorism. The threat here in this country due to the southern border.
It's very real, and it is very possible because we've had a wide open border. We've had more than 8 million illegals that we know about. Hundreds of them have been on the terror watch list. How many of them are on the terror watch list that we don't know about, right? And you see what's going on in the Middle East right now, where just a few short years ago, President Trump took out Soleimani. He obliterated ISIS. Now we have Hamas slaughtering innocent Israeli men, women, and children. We have Russia invading Ukraine, China encroaching on Taiwan, and Mexican drug cartels running our southern border. So our adversaries see how weak Joe Biden is. They're going to continue to take advantage of him for the next 18 months, however long until the election, because they know that he's not going to come down hard on any of these countries. He loosened sanctions on Iran. It was one of the first actions that he took. President Trump had his foot on the neck of the Iranians, or the Iranian regime, rather.
Right. The magic day is February 13th. Walk me through that day and what's your expectations? What do you think is going to happen here in New Hampshire?
I think President Trump is absolutely going to win this First of the Nation primary by a landslide. No one in this Republican primary can even touch him. It's not even close.
My bet is 20-plus points.
Yes.
At least 20. At least 20 points.
At least 20-plus points. If you added up all of the other candidates and where they're polling at right now, they still wouldn't be beating him. They still wouldn't
there. Okay, even head-to-head. Let's just say Biden and Trump head-to-head, February 13th. What is the victory margin for President Trump? Because
I don't want to.
But here's what's really interesting.
He'll be winning. I'll say that.
Okay, this is what I would say. I'd say you've seen between 10 and 12%. I think it's double that. I think he's probably up 20 points over Biden head-to-head, and I don't think that's a big exaggeration. And I think head-to-head with Trump and the rest of the primary, it's probably more like 50 points to be honest with you. But I'm giving a little bit of gray area there. But I think he definitely beats Biden. 20 points here in New Hampshire.
Yeah,
it's a landslide.
It's absolutely possible. And living in this state my whole life, talking to people in my community every day, at the grocery store, at the gym, wherever I go, people are fed up. I had a woman out there, she had a sign that said, "Enough is enough."
Wow.
And that's the attitude of a lot of people in this state.
How can people follow you? I know you're everywhere. When I think of New Hampshire, by the way, I think of Caroline. And I'm not making that up. I literally am making you. And I think that you do have a big day. I want to see you a lot of places. I think you're definitely in the White House administration, but I want you to take over the state and be governor. I think there's time for some change here.
Well, I'm not old enough to be governor or run for governor, but I appreciate that.
Not yet.
Right now, I'm solely focused on making sure we get this man in the White House.
I hear you. We all are.
So people should go follow me and our team, MAGA Inc. We're the super PAC that supports the president, MAGA Inc. War Room, and you can follow me personally at K Levitt NH.
Yeah, I love it. Thanks for your time here.
Thank you, Brian.
Are you speaking at this today?
I am not speaking.
Okay.
I don't think so. I hope not.
Well, I hope you are, actually. I hope they pull you on stage.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks,
Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. It's always good to have her because she is the voice of MAGA Inc. and she is a powerhouse. And I jokingly said I would love to have her run for governor. And I would, because I think you have a very purple governor here. And I said this earlier. I know you have to kind of walk a fine line and try to get things accomplished. I understand that because you do have a mixed state. But Caroline Leavitt is 100% MAGA, 100% President Trump, and I think that is the future of the Republican Party.
Exactly. And when I heard her speak on a different network one time, I mean, it was just laser sharp focus on MAGA and saving this nation. So obviously a rock star here in New Hampshire and nationally now that she works for the Trump campaign. And as you mentioned, maybe someday in either a governor or in cabinet, you never know.
And it was funny, she talked about, going out with her friends and, going to coffee shops and talking to people. I want to share a story with you real quickly that I experienced in Washington, D.C. Now, there was a Starbucks near my apartment, and so this place where I go just about every day to get some coffee. And it's very much DC. It's got a DC feel to it. It's a lot of activism in there, as you would expect. There's a lot of pride flags. There's a lot of BLM stuff in there hanging. It's what you would expect in Washington DC. So there was a line out the door, and after about 10 minutes, I finally got inside, and I noticed that every time someone walked in the Starbucks, the employees would say, "Good morning. Good morning," and they would basically wish everyone a good morning. And so about 8 minutes went by where I've constantly heard good morning, and I didn't hear a response from any of the customers to say it back. Matter of fact, I didn't even hear them acknowledge the fact that they were told good morning during this time. So when it was my turn to get up there, I said, "Let me be the first person to tell you good morning." And when I said that, Matthew, just about every employee stopped what they were doing, and some of them leaned over and gave me a thumbs up. They smiled. They said thank you. They acknowledged the fact that I said good morning. And then I asked the girl, "Why doesn't anyone respond when you say good morning?" And she said, "You know what? That's 2023 for you." And I thought to myself, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. And then I thought to myself, wait a minute. I kind of can guess what political party the majority of people working in that Starbucks are, or how they vote. And I thought that was the party of compassion. I thought that was a party of love. I thought that was a party of tolerance. I thought that was a party of friendship. And we're, the conservatives were the crazy MAGA people that are always racist and homophobic and xenophobic. But yet, that's not what I experienced. Everybody that walked in that Starbucks ignored the greeting given from the employees. But it took a guy with a Truth Social hat on. I wish I would have taken a picture of that, by the way. A Truth Social hat to say good morning to you to get them to smile. So I just say, you know what? We need to all open up and be a lot friendlier to one another and not be so stuck in this digital world, because everyone was basically staring at their phones and just ignoring it. And so I just thought that was kind of interesting. It took a guy with a MAGA hat, essentially, to say good morning back, to spark that conversation. And that is a poll. I think it's a little sense of what this country's like right now. We have so much, we have so much just anger towards one another.
Right. I remember riding New Jersey Transit. For those of you watching in New Jersey and New York, yes, I know there are some MAGA supporters in both of those states. But I was waiting for a train, and everybody had their AirPods in and looking on the phones. Nobody talking, that kind of thing. I like talking to people. That's just who I am. But it's very kind of central focused. But I think, Brian, your situation. Let's be real, Brian. You are a MAGA supporter, but you've got this bright light about you as a person. So if you're going in there coming from a place that has a lot of joy and happiness in the sense of, what's happening in the country, in the sense of having Trump back, that's a bright light. And other people aren't like that as much.
Well, I think people are stuck in the world, and they're sad, they're lost, and we can talk about that here in a second. We're going to share some other thoughts on that. Let's talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group, and if you didn't hear my take earlier on the economy, I'll say it again. I think we're doomed here, the end of Q1, Q2 next year with the economy, and there's one way that you can secure your financial situation, your 401k, and that's our partners over at the Birch Gold Group. They are the experts in gold, silver, precious metal, and they want to get you a free information kit. It's as simple as just texting the words Trump. You can all remember that. To 989898. That's Trump to 989898. They're going to send you that kit. You can make that educated decision yourself. But if there's ever a time to take some extra safety precautions, Matthew, it's right now.
It's right now because you see what the world is doing. The global economy is coming against the United States dollar, and they want to see us fail. And I think the Biden administration and the left wants to see us fail. But hopefully we get Donald Trump back in office so we can swing back to where we are and to take off from there.
Yeah. So text our friends over the Birch Gold Group. No, what we talked about, the reason why people are so angry and so sad is I think the majority of those people are lost internally. I don't think they have a connection to God. I think they're empty. I think they don't have necessarily any beliefs of an afterlife or have any faith. So when things like COVID happen, when things like the mask mandates and the vaccine mandates and the requirements that are forced down by the government, they feel like you have to do that because they can't die. And I say that no one wants to die.
Right.
But when you're lost and you don't have any faith in anything, they think that once they die, that's it. They go in the dirt and worms eat them, and that's it. People of faith have a higher calling. We are grounded internally by our faith in our Lord Jesus Christ. So that's why we are much more optimistic in life, I think, than people who have no faith. So I'm not saying that every person inside that Starbucks, for any logical stretch, is, doesn't have a belief. But a lot of people in this country are empty. They're sad. They're depressed. They're angry, and they don't have any internal comfort to turn to your faith and prayer. So they just lash out at society, and that's why I think a lot of people who lack faith get involved in activism, saving the planet, climate change.
It's a religion.
And it's a religion. It's become their religion. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. I know people may be completely disagreeing with me right now, but if you really look at who hates this country the most, who is the most darkest segment of our society, it's literally people that have no faith.
Because, the eyes are the window to the soul, and if you have the Holy Spirit with you, through your faith in Jesus in the New Testament, then there's a brightness that comes out of you. So I believe in prayer and meditation, right? So meditation to improve yourself, meditation to kind of calm yourself down, kind of reprogram anything that's negative, right? I mean, everybody deals with whatever, and that's one way to get out of the depression thought. But also, and then having faith in God and praying and asking Him to fill you with His presence, His Spirit, I think will help, the overall well-being in life, right?
Yeah.
Eating right, of course, and being a conservative. You mix all that together, you're on the right side of things, in my opinion.
I got criticized a couple weeks ago for saying, I got criticized the other day about talking about, liberal women. I said that the other day. I said, a lot of people are unhappy. When you're unhappy on the inside, it reflects on the outside.
100%.
And that's with anybody.
100%.
If you're not happy with your job, it's going to be affected. If you're not happy with your spouse, it's going to be affected. So you got to be happy inside. And I think that it all, in my opinion, it all starts with faith.
Yes.
It all starts on the inside for faith. And I think that will change. Your attitude changes a lot. And I think that a lot of people in this country just have the wrong attitude to life and really to govern. Look, the thing about politics, I hate politics. I want to fire everybody in office.
And wait, hold on. Let's stop the presses right there. You said I hate politics.
I do. I hate politics. I think serving the American people and taking politics out of decision is the right thing to do. It is right thing to do is serve the people. What's best for the people? What's best for the country? Not what's best for you or your industry or your lobbyists. The lobbyists is what ruined Washington too. I mean, the amount of money that flows into a candidate is ridiculous, and that reflects in their voting. So yes, politics is horrible. It really is, and I don't think this is what our founding fathers laid out to run this country, is to run it through so much anger towards personality conflicts, anger towards people. The division we have in this country is disgusting. I hate it. I really do. I would fire most Republicans. I mean, I'm more quickly to fire a Republican right now than I am a Democrat, because I think we fight amongst each other. At least Democrats fight for what their cause is. We fight one another for a general cause down the way, but we're more, it's the most corrupt industry that's ever existed. And that's what needs to be fixed. And that's one of the things I liked about President Trump, because he wasn't a career politician. He got into office, he was for the people. Whether or not you made $20,000 a year or $200,000 a year, it didn't matter. He represented you, and his policies were what best for you, not what was best for him.
3 words.
Yeah.
Drain the swamp.
Well, drain the swamp is easy to say, but you know, I would drain this. If I could do it in one day. I could do it in one day. I would. It needs to happen. It totally needs to happen. But I tell you, the speaker race, and I get so criticized for being a supporter for McCarthy early on, because I had faith that he was going to do the right thing. And then you see so many people say, "Oh, well, Nancy Pelosi was secretly running his chair, secretly running it," just like people say Barack Obama is secretly running Joe Biden. I don't think that was the case. Matter of fact, I know that's not the case. He tried to do what was right and bring both parties together and for the best of the American people. And you get a few people that if he's not on the right timetable, if he's not doing what they think he should be doing fast enough, then they get sideways. Who wants to be speaker? I wouldn't want to be speaker. It's got to be the worst job in Washington, D.C. right now. Because if you don't appease a certain party, then you're gone. And I'm not saying, look, I love Matt Gaetz. I love him. He is great. He is going to be the best. When he runs for governor in Florida, and he will be the best governor that state's ever have. I love Matt Gaetz. I just don't like the process right now that we can rip out a speaker with only a couple people voting for it.
Well, it's
to vacate the chair.
That's what's interesting about how the United States is brought together. You've got different people with different voices, and this is what we call a republic, a constitutional republic.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, we were talking about the drain the swamp. He started that, President Trump. He will finish that job once he's back in the White House.
That's how you do it. Once you get back in the White House, and you take a look at the deep state, take a look at the 3-letter agencies, you get to the bottom of it, you cut the funding on these investigations, these pointless investigations, the weaponization of the DOJ and the FBI and the CIA. It's all corrupt. That's where it starts. That's what you got to do, and that's what he'll do. You defund. That's what the House is supposed to do. You control the purse. You can defund all these investigations. You can stop that. You can take the money away. You can basically reduce somebody's budget to $1 for crying out loud. That's how you do it. But it's going to take it's going to take more time, and I think that we got what, 13 months before this election. A lot can happen in 13 months. We don't have a speaker. You got a war in the Middle East. You got an ongoing war in Ukraine. You got southern border wide open. You have crime running the major cities in America.
Freedoms being infringed upon.
Your Second Amendment. Well, thank God you have the Second Amendment. Well, if you missed it earlier, in Israel, they basically went and said to the citizens, look, if you don't have a handgun, if you turned yours in for whatever reason, you can come back and get it. You can buy it. You can now arm yourself to protect you and your family. That's why we have the Second Amendment in this country, and it's really to protect us from the government, from a tyranny of government. That's what it was initially for. But for what's happening right now in this country, we just got a warning of... I think we're about to start the program here. Let's turn our attention to live state. We are live here in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, for President Trump, due on stage in about an hour.
Let's pray. Our merciful Heavenly Father, we come here today to hear the words of a man who has done great things. A man we love and respect, a man dedicated to making America great again, a man we hope will be restored to the presidency. And yet, great as his accomplishments are, right now, we all have the privilege of talking to you, our Father. And we know that even President Trump would agree that your greatness, not only in deeds, but in your very essence, is higher than his and above any man's. Your greatness is higher than the heavens are above the earth. You created this earth and everything in it. You raise up and put down kings and kingdoms. You see all, know all, and have a plan for all. And so today it is good in America's hour of crisis that we cry out to you in prayer, fasting, and humility, asking you, the Almighty God, to help us once again. Strike down those who hate you, hate righteousness, and hate our nation as she was founded long ago in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution. And establish those who love you, love righteousness, and love our nation as she was founded long ago in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution. Father, I believe President Trump is doing his best to reestablish America as she was founded. Bless his efforts. Protect him. Keep his and our hearts and actions pure. Help him and help us to confess our sins and depend on you more than we ever have. Help him and help us to ask you for the wisdom we need to prevail in this battle. Make us all good again so that America might be great again. In Jesus' name, amen.
To open us in prayer, please welcome Evangelist Daniel Campbell. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the former state representative and Coast Guard veteran, Peter Terozin, in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
To lead us in the national anthem, please welcome the director of the New Hampshire Federation of Republican Women, Christine Peters.
Will you join me? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so bright last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please welcome the Trump campaign's senior advisor and former chairman of the New Hampshire Republican Party, Stephen Stepanek.
Hello, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. Are we excited to welcome the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump? For those who do not know me, I am Steve Stepanek, Senior Advisor to President Trump working here in New Hampshire. I have been supporting the President since before the beginning. My wife Ellen and I hosted the first and only New Hampshire house party that President Trump ever did in March of 2015. Then, when he announced he was running in June of 2015, I introduced and endorsed him at Manchester Community College, which, according to Corey, made me the first elected official in the country to publicly endorse and support Donald Trump. I have been supporting him ever since. As we look forward to 2024, let's take a quick look back at the 2016 race. Before I decided to support Donald Trump for president, I spoke with most of the other candidates looking to run. The one question I asked all of them was, how are you going to control the secret government that really runs this country? How are you going to deal with the federal bureaucracy? I got a lot of double talk, a lot of politically correct questions. When I asked Donald Trump, he looked at me and said, Representative Stepanek, we are going to have to drain the swamp. I knew then he was my candidate. When Donald Trump was elected president, he did a lot of great things for this country. He started building the wall and securing our borders. He appointed great men and women to the federal bench and to the Supreme Court. He supercharged our economy and he started draining the swamp. Of all the issues President Trump undertook, draining the swamp proved to be the most difficult. No one had ever tried to drain the swamp. The swamp is full of all sorts of creatures, Democrats, progressives, socialists, and yes, even Republicans. The people in the swamp consider themselves an elitist class. They know they are smarter than you or me. They know they have all the answers, even when they don't. But most importantly, and most dangerously, they are convinced that they know what is right and best for all of us. They want to control every aspect of our lives. And most importantly, they do not want to ever give up this power. And now, one of their chief spokespersons, Hillary Clinton, thinks we all need to be deprogrammed because we want to make America great again. I don't know about you, but I think my program is doing just fine. What about all of you? So when President Trump declared war on the swamp and said, I will drain the swamp and give the power back to the people, the swamp fought back. They attacked him, his family, his business, and his administration, both from outside and from within. No president of the United States has ever been attacked so viciously and so consistently as was President Trump. President Trump stood strong. He took incoming from all directions and still pushed forward with his agenda to make America great again. As I look at the field of potential candidates for 2024, there are a number of qualified individuals, especially as compared to Democrats. They all have one thing in common. They are all going to continue the policies begun by President Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, politicians have been talking about building a wall for over 30 years. President Trump was the only one who stepped up and did it. Politicians have been talking about moving the embassy to Jerusalem for decades. President Trump was the only person with the courage and the backbone to do it. And now, because of the billions and billions of dollars that Obama and Biden have given to Iran, Iran has financed the unprovoked attack on Israel 2 days ago by their client organization, Hamas. The left claimed Donald Trump would start World War III. But under his leadership, not one major war broke out. They said it would take years to end the horrible reign of the caliphate. Trump did it in under a year. Biden has been in office for less than 3 years. I know it seems a lot longer. And in that time, we have had a disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the Ukrainian-Russian war, and now a war in the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States and the world were a whole lot safer under President Donald Trump than any other modern-day president. Politicians have been talking about shrinking government and reducing the bureaucracy for decades. Yet under every president, Democrat and Republican, the bureaucracy grew, the swamp became bigger and more powerful and more controlling. President Trump is the only president to confront the swamp head on. Other people say they will continue Trump policies. Ladies and gentlemen, I know only one person that when elected president in 2024 will continue Trump's policies, that will continue to build the wall, that will continue to drain the swamp, and that will continue to fight to make America great again for all of us, for our families, for our kids, for our grandkids. And that person is Donald J. Trump. We are now 3.5 months from the New Hampshire primary. You're all here to show your support for President Trump, and that's great. What the president needs even more for all of you to be doing is to work not only to win here in New Hampshire. We don't want to just win. We want to crush it here in New Hampshire. In order to do that, we need all of you to sign up to help the president, to help spread the word by knocking on doors and making phone calls. If you have not signed up coming in, could you please sign up going out? Together, we will win in New Hampshire in January, and we will win November of 2024. And together, behind Donald J. Trump, we will make America great again.
Please welcome the Vice Chair of the New Hampshire Republican Party, Ryan Terrell.
It is such a blessing to talk to you all this morning, and I think we're here for an important topic that we all know, is that Republicans are the only people that can truly save this country. We're dealing with a Democrat Party that is controlled by adamant leftists. We understand what the power of their regime looks like. Cities across this country are being buckled to the knees by a narco-terrorism and violent criminals rampaging the streets. We know that an economic climate under Democrats means that there's less prosperity for everyday Americans, that there's a fight for young children's minds happening in schools across this country that leftists would love to see corrected. We understand the stakes. We understand that only Republicans and conservatives have it within us to maintain this tradition that was started in New Hampshire 170 years ago this Thursday. The Republican tradition of small, limited government, of making sure that conservative values get passed on from one generation to the next. The great country that we all believe in and love and owe our loyalty to is under attack by a leftist regime that would see it fall, that would see it ceded to Marxism and socialism, that want to see us go back to being segregated by our racial categories and would pursue their political rivals until the day is long. That is the party who we're up against. That is the reason why we are all Republicans. We are Republicans because we know that upward mobility and the freedom and private property that comes along with living in this country takes a high toll and sacrifice to secure. The blood of our everyday people, law enforcement officers, first responders, and our military, fighting to create the country that we know and love. All of that is on the election table this campaign season. All of that is on the ballot when we vote for 2024. We know that this is not hyperbole. You people have stood to see Donald Trump, the last Republican that we've had in office, continue a long line since Lincoln of standing up for Republican values and facing the swamp. And even though I represent the New Hampshire Republican Party proudly as vice chair, I'm from New Orleans. I've been living here for 11 years, and as a Louisiana native, I certainly recognize a swamp when I see one. And I know. This is a group of people. We're dealing with Democrats who have been emboldened by ideologies that would have them look at victims as successors. They look at violent criminals as those who are the victims of systemic racism instead of violent aggressors against innocent victims. These are people who choose to look at kids as the building ground for the next socialism wave and choose to buck real biological science, saying that men can be pregnant and looking to overcome God's basic, real truths that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. This is not a time for Republicans to get weak in the knees. This is not a time for Republicans to feel as though our influence is not felt across this country. This is not a time for Republicans to have a weak belly for confrontation. This is a time for Republicans, as the tradition was started 170 years ago in Exeter, New Hampshire, to stamp out the spread of slavery via the Kansas-Nebraska Act. It's now time for us to take up our blood right from American citizen, both born and domestic, for American citizens that come here from other countries legally, and those of which who share generational bloodlines in this country for decades and generations. It is our responsibility to hold the light of the Republican values. It is our responsibility to make sure that we protect young people and the elderly from the left's control of our institutions. It is not an easy task. It's certainly one that Republicans have taken up, and that's why I believe it is only with us can we truly make America great again. You know, it's a very high honor to speak before the president. It's also a huge responsibility. There are words that can come out of my mouth that the president has also said and implemented in his time in office. We've seen what 4 years under Joe Biden's regime looks like. We've seen the decrease in livelihood and real wages under Joe Biden's aggressive regime. We've seen reliable energy systems be degraded to unreliable energy in the guise of a fossil fuel transition under the guise of green energy. We've seen young people chemically castrated and permanently alter their young bodies in pursuit of what we understand as a leftist regime and a takeover in schools. Enough is enough. It's time for Republicans to stand true to the ideals that we have. It's time for us to save this country, live free or die. God bless America and God bless our troops. Thank y'all.
Please welcome the former U.S. Senator, Bob Smith.
Morning, everyone. You have to feel a little sorry for those of us up here that have to speak prior to the president. They say we have to warm you up. I don't think you need too much warming up. I feel a little bit like Elizabeth Taylor's sixth husband. They asked him, are you looking forward to wedding night? He said, well, I know what to do. I just got to figure out how to make it interesting. So I'll do my best. The last time I stood on the grounds of Kingswood High School, I stood with another man who became President of the United States. His name was Ronald Reagan. And even though Mitt Romney lives in Wolfeboro, it wasn't him, I can tell you that much. Anyway, it's an honor to be here. I am so honored to speak in a way to introduce President Trump because he, without a doubt, 50 years I've supported presidential candidates coming through New Hampshire. That's a long time. This guy, there's nobody any better. Think about, I served in the United States Navy in Vietnam, and I was aboard ship. And I know one thing, when the captain was out there and we had to go into combat or in the refuel the aircraft that was bombing North Vietnam, I'll tell you what, I wanted a captain. I wanted a real man. I didn't want a Joe Biden. I wanted a Donald Trump. That's who I want. So on those dog days, as Steve talked about, where you're out ringing doorbells and calling people and dragging people out to the polls, just think about what they're putting our guy through right now. Think about it. This man is going through a living hell, and he's doing it not for himself. He's doing it for each and every one of you. That's who he's doing it for. And we need to have his back. So when it gets tough, you know, as Vince Lombardi said, winning isn't everything, it's the only thing. We have got to win this contest because America is at stake. When Donald Trump comes out here in a few minutes, let's tell him that up here in the Lakes region, what we believe in. We believe in freedom, we believe in the Constitution, and we love those freedoms, and we love the Constitution, and we love our country, and we love him too, because he loves us. So I want you to fast forward. Now don't boo me until I finish my sentence. Give me a break here. I want you to listen carefully. I want you to fast forward to November of 2024. It's the morning after the election. I want you to flip off Fox, and I want you to flip off Newsmax, and I want you to go over to NBC, don't boo yet, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, and I want you to watch their faces. Oh my God, Donald Trump, he got elected again. Oh my God. And you know what? Break out the Bloody Marys, because it's going to be a hell of a fun morning, folks. I'm telling you. Watch them cry. There's a hurricane that's going to start on that day right off the coast of Mar-a-Lago, and it's going to come up. The breeze is going to start gently, and it's going to sweep up through America, up through Florida, through the west, and it's going to come into Washington, D.C., and it's going to drain that swamp. It's going to blow that damn water out of there. Let me tell you, goodbye to Christopher Wray, goodbye Joe Biden, goodbye Kamala Harris, goodbye to all of those crooked people that have been doing this to our man. Goodbye, all of you. Rest in peace someplace, but no longer in Washington, D.C., my love. Yes, sir. That's what I'm looking forward to. So when you're tired and you got to ring one more doorbell and you hear from Stefanik, I need another 5 minutes, I need another 5 days, give it to him, because Donald Trump has earned every single bit of that support. So God bless you all for helping him. And I say this from the bottom of my heart. I've seen them all. Reagan was great, I tell you. But listen, think about this for a minute, and then I'll end right here. We have a terrible situation in this world right now. It is bad. We got a war brewing in the Middle East that may not stop. This is serious business. And Donald Trump knows how to handle this. Who do you think it was that moved the embassy to Jerusalem after all the hubbub? Oh, we can't do it, we can't do it, we can't do it. He's the one that started a peace process in the Middle East. He started it all. And we need a man in there who knows what he's doing, who's got the courage and, yeah, the cojones to stand up to these people, to stand up to the foreign, to stand up to the terrorists, the Hamas, to stand up to the North Koreans, the Chinese, and the Russians, and lead our country again. That's who we need, and we need them desperately, folks. So believe me, keep working. Don't give up. Don't slack off. Bring every doorbell. Bring every person that can't make it there by himself or herself to the polls. Bring them. We need them. Anyway, when Donald Trump comes out here, let's let him know what the people up here in the Lakes region of New Hampshire think of freedom and think of Donald Trump. Thank you.
The next morning, he said, "Don't watch the, some of the networks. Only watch certain networks." And he said, "Go see the faces of the pundits and anchors and the reporters, just like in 2016, when President Trump rightfully won that election. We would have saw it in 2020, but we know what happened there." This song here, Brian, they played this, I forget where it was, Iowa, I think. And everybody in there kind of stayed quiet, sang it. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Oh, the music at those rallies are amazing.
Good,
everything from these outdoor, massive rallies. They have a lot of music. But we're glad you're joining us. It's 11:30, bottom of the hour here in New Hampshire. Now, President Trump is scheduled to speak at noon here local time, so we'll be obviously here for all of that. But it's interesting to talk about what is concerning to people in New Hampshire. And, when you look at earlier, Carolyn Levitt talked about immigration, and you wouldn't think that, New Hampshire is about as far away you can get from the southern border, geographically speaking, than you can get. But when a state here is affected by immigration, immigration is a problem.
100%. Not only New Hampshire, but the state of Illinois. As I mentioned earlier, when I flew through Chicago as a connecting flight, a number of migrants are getting flown there from San Antonio, San Diego. And I actually interviewed them. If you want to check it out, there's two places to check it out, at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social, and also the last event in Iowa on Rumble. You can watch it as well. So yeah, it's proof in the pudding, Brian. Like, it's actually happening. This isn't, there's a few people crossing down in Texas and they're staying in Texas. No, they're literally getting flown to other states throughout our entire union.
Yeah. All right, so take an opportunity to talk about one of our partners for this Trump t-shirt. Look, I love wearing Trump gear. You love wearing Trump gear. It's kind of what we do. We like to tell the world, hey, this is who I support for president. This is how this is who I think has the best policies to move this country forward. There's one way you can do it, and join the Trump t-shirt club. And you're going to get that America's Most Wanted t-shirt there as well. So go to that. The information for that is on your screen, and get that t-shirt, mytrumpshirt.com, mytrumpshirt.com. They're actually giving away this Wanted President t-shirt as a welcome bonus to join their t-shirt club. You can't beat that. Go check it out. mytrumpshirt.com. By the way, these shirts are shipped and processed from right here in the USA, so it's always good to know that you're supporting a patriotic company.
And sponsors just like that one there, helping Right Side Broadcasting do what we do every day, right? There's always live events, things that are happening in Washington. I remember when you were in Georgia, when MTG was doing an entire event in Plainville, Georgia. It was live coverage right there. So Kerry Lake coverage coming up. We have a lot of programming here, and it's thanks to sponsors just like them, but also you, the viewer, are helping us every day by donating as well.
Oh, that's great. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. It's probably one of the easiest ways, and I'm glad you touched on that, because in the early days of Right Side, that's who we relied on to go around and cover these Trump events. And of course, we got great partners along the way. One of them being Mike Lindell, who I'm going to talk to about him in just a second. So our biggest patriot is you watching us at home right now. Thank you so much for your support, and we will continue to be that network of choice for America first. That mindset of putting America first and putting the hardworking people of this country ahead of any other agenda, because it is people over politics, and that's what we're all about. I do want to talk to Mike Lindell. I talked to Mike Lindell the other day on the phone. He did tell me that he is running out of money. That's not a rumor that you might have read on the internet. He told me that he is literally running out of money. He has a $2 million a month legal bill that he's having to pay, and that is not only for his lawsuits, but he also has funded some other lawsuits from people that have been facing some legal issues. So Mike Lindell, obviously, I was one of the first people he talked to after that 2020 election, when he said, "Hey, this is kind of what I'm seeing, and this is what I think is happening." And we listened to him like we would do, and he talked about the discrepancies in the election, and so he really put himself out there, and he did get attacked, not only from a business standpoint, but from a legal standpoint as well. So I just want to remind everybody, he's out there, got a great product. He's still, selling his stuff. And I think one of the saddest things that he explained to me was that the people on the entrepreneurs that are a part of the mystore.com is they're getting affected because their sales are down because of people they're scared. Actually, they're scared to go online and do business because they're afraid they might get caught up in all of the legal action. But I just remind everybody, you can go to mypillow.com /RSPN. Now, it's very particular. mypillow.com /RSPN, and you'll see those substantial discounts on there. Now, he has been a partner. When I say a partner, look, I've been in television since 1988. Okay, I know a little something about marketing, what it takes to get a show off the ground, what it takes to fund ideas, and it takes advertisers, it takes marketing dollars, it takes people that believe in your product and believe in what you do. Mike Lindell has believed from day one what we do, and we're trying to basically save the country, and he has been a fine partner of this network, and he's enabled us to grow.
And he's been an awesome owner, founder, CEO of a great company, and then also a radical transformation from a life of drugs and a life of despair, a life of depression.
Well, he was a drug addict. He was a crack addict.
Exactly.
I mean, his book, it talks about that addiction.
Exactly.
He started the Lindell Recovery Network,
right,
which is set forth. It's a free resource for people to find treatment centers.
And then, then he gets radically saved and works and goes up from there. Look at him now. He's a happy guy. And that one video that leaked, well, anybody can get, being angry is not I'll
tell you something. If they were to leak video on this network of us getting angry, it would trend every single day. All right? We're angry about the way this country is going. So go support Mike Lindell over at mypillow.com /RSPN. So we're in New Hampshire, and of course, back in 2020, let's kind of recap a little bit. In 2020, he won the state by about 4 points. I think it's much higher this next election. I think he wins it by much, much more, and I think he wins head-to-head against Biden much, much more than what's being reported right now. You see it. You see the American people. What are you feeling here today?
Well, that they love President Trump and they want to see him in office. I mean, it's pretty simple information because it is a simple thing we're looking for in this country, is for the Constitution to continue to be the law of the land. Brian, we know that the left wants to take a sledgehammer continually to every amendment in the Constitution, right? And so who's trying to keep it together? Who's going to bring it back and keep it going? None other than President Donald J. Trump and anybody that follows suit with what he's doing in Congress, senators, representatives, the American people. People like Mike Lindell for causeofamerica.org, Steve Stern for precinctstrategy.com. Everybody's trying to come together on this, and that's what we're looking to do, is bring this country back to what it was.
But if you look at the problems we have today in this administration, you've got this invasion of Ukraine, you got this proxy war with Russia through Ukraine, you got this open checkbook going to fund the government in Ukraine, to fund this war in Ukraine. Then you shift your attention over to the Middle East and what has happened in Israel. None of that would have happened if President Donald J. Trump was in office. That is a fact. There was no new wars going on when he was in office. Matter of fact, with the de-escalation of a lot, there was a plan to pull people out of Afghanistan, not the way that President Biden did it, in a very stupid way that President Biden did it. So you're starting to see more chaos in the world because it comes down to a lack of leadership and a lack of judgment. And that is what the Biden administration has right now, is a massive lack of judgment and miscalculation. If you go back and look at Joe Biden's foreign policy over the last 40 plus years of him being a public servant, his takes on it, he's the most ignorant man when it comes to addressing foreign policy, and it shows. We all knew that Russia was going to invade Ukraine, even though they had Russian forces on the border of Ukraine, and Biden kept telling us, not going to happen, not going to happen. Putin's not going to do it. Well, guess what? Putin did it. And I think that if you had a strong leader like President Trump, and President Trump often talks about this, that would not happen. He would say it's not going to happen. And he also says whenever I'm talking about peace, why didn't anybody talking about peace anymore? He said he would end this war in one day, and it would be through peace.
Yeah, peace through strength every time. That's what he did in those 4 years. That's what he will do, hopefully, when he takes office again in 2025. I want to talk about a number of people in college, the younger generation of people that were encouraged by what President Trump did. He's, in a way, has raised up a generation of people that are now being like, okay, this is what it's like to be a true American leader in the constitutional republic.
I said this earlier. I think politics is such a mean thing right now, and I think for so long, people have been elected to the office to not serve the American people, but to serve the institution, to serve the swamp, to serve the military-industrial complex that continues to push war and war and war. I think what President Trump did was inspire millions of Americans to get involved in their local government, their state government, their school board, things like that. He has inspired a nation. Look, Carrie Lake, and I was friends with Carrie Lake before she announced to run for governor, and you got somebody like Carrie Lake that was inspired by President Trump to get out and to run for governor there in Arizona, and now I anticipate a Senate run there in Arizona. But she has inspired a lot of people to get into politics because for far too long, one of the things that we've complained about politicians is they don't represent the people. That's what President Trump does. He represents America, and that's why he was hated so much in the swamp, because when he came into Washington, you know what? He wanted to drain the swamp, wanted to take the corruption out, and they don't want you to remove the corruption because they're a part of the corruption.
MAGA Republican is not a curse word, is not a phrase, a curse phrase. It's actually a wonderful and great thing. What's wrong with making America great again? Nothing.
Okay, let's talk about the Democrats real quick, because I love talking about Democrats. I've said this for 2.5 years, that Gavin Newsom will be your nominee for the Democratic Party. Period. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I still stand by that. There's no way that President Biden runs on his policies. You can't.
Yeah.
You just can't run on the economy. You can't run on foreign policy. You can't run on immigration. You can't run on any of that stuff. So you got to bring somebody in that's fresh. Big state, California, lots of money, lots of connection, big ties, youthful appearance, because I think people are over having people in the White House, that, dementia and the lack of thought sometime, and the mishaps going up and downstairs. The optics of that is horrible. You got to move in a younger, brighter, maybe somebody that connects to the younger voter more than what Biden did. That's my pick. Now, how does he get there? That's the issue. How does he get into that position? I personally think that Democrats probably the first quarter of next year will see the polling continue to dive on Joe Biden, and they will do some type of stage left to the exit. It's got to be health. It's got to be something that's got to say, look, he's going to step away, so he's not going to run for re-election, and that's when it opens the door for someone like Gavin Newsom. I think RFK obviously popular. He's getting what 9-10% of the vote, which is sizable. I don't think they will allow him to do that. It's got to be somebody that they can absolutely control, and I say that with air quotes there. I do think it's Gavin Newsom.
I do too.
I really do. And I don't know who his VP is, and it doesn't really matter who his VP is, but I think it is. So I asked President Trump that question a while back about running up against Newsom, and he said, great, bring it. I'd love to run against Gavin Newsom, because you know exactly how to run against a guy like that. You look at the economy, look about what he was in charge of, look about the crime, the homelessness, all of the problems that state. That state has the 5th largest economy in the world. It's a great state. It's got a lot of resources, but it's just mismanaged. So you can simply run against Gavin Newsom in the basis of what he's done in California. So that's my setup. I'm still sticking by that. I think that's the head-to-head battle we see in 24. It's just how do we get there? That's the mystery. Still, you've got this massive legal battle that President Trump is battling. I don't think any of that slows him down from being the nominee. I think he steamrolls through the primaries like we've been doing. I mean, look, I'll go back to my sports analogy. If I'm a sports team and I'm down 40-plus games in my division, the season's over with. You're not going to turn it around. It's impossible. It would take something seismic to reverse that. So with knowing that, I think he blows through the primaries, and I think if he does go head-to-head, it doesn't matter if it's Biden, which I don't think it is, or Newsom. I think he wins because the American people, I think for the first time in a long, long time, really see the destructive policies that have put America steps back than where we should be, especially coming after 2016.
Gavin Newsom, a communist, taking on Donald Trump, a freedom leader, the leader of the free world. Let's be real. Yeah. So that's the showdown, if you want to call it that. That's the road to the White House in 24.
But you got a lot of election questions. You got 5 swing states that I feel like after during COVID, I think they weaponized a lot of COVID for different things that you could do in an election. Drop boxes, mail-in ballots, and he often says we've got to get rid of these. And a lot of states unconstitutionally adopted drop box and mail-in ballots. They were not a part of the election process there. They did it kind of in a rogue way. Well, if we eliminate that aspect of the election and you secure it as much as you can, because I was in Philadelphia days before the election, and a lot of the early voting, there was a lot of plywood put up in the windows where poll watchers couldn't see. There's a lot of shenanigans going on. If you eliminate all of that and you take the discrepancies out of it, I think he wins 10 points. I mean, he can win big time. Yeah. But it's going to take to swamp the vote. And I'm using his words just a few days ago. Swamp the vote. Make it where it's impossible to cheat. It's impossible to outpace any algorithms or any method that they're using right now. You've got to overwhelm the polls with votes to beat them. That you just got, and that's with any election. I mean, that's with a state, local election. You got to overwhelm the polls. You got to make it where it's impossible to cheat. And,
yep. And that's with precinct strategy. What they're doing, it's the committee men and committee women at the precincts all around the country, learning how to make sure that there is a free and fair election coming up in 24. And we see a lot of things going on, but we know that when he arrives here at this awesome event, these people are going to be excited to see him.
Let's just be honest. There's probably about 800 people in here. It holds 850. Let's take a couple seats away for media and stuff like that. There's 800 people in here, and there's probably a line out. Matter of fact, I know there's a line outside. They might have actually brought him into a different room with a monitor to some overflow. Yeah. There's a lot of people here. They're excited. Yeah. I've come to the point that if President Trump is giving remarks, you might as well say a rally. Yeah. Because that's what it turns out to be. I don't care if it's a Monday or Friday or Wednesday, 12 noon, 5 p.m., 7 p.m., and 7 p.m. at night. People show up to hear this president speak. And I'm not surprised today on a Monday, which, by the way, it is Columbus Day. The kids are out of school. And we are sitting in their auditorium, by the way, that they came out today. Let's talk about talk about the accomplishments of President Trump. One way you can do that is with a book. And there is a great guide that lists out all the accomplishments of President Trump that your kids aren't going to see on social media. I promise you, you're going to swipe through TikTok, you swipe through there, you're not going to see these accomplishments. You're going to see quite the opposite on it. So go check it out. The free Trump book, mytrumpbook.com. Information for that is on your screen. It's an easy to read book. It's got some great illustrations, and it makes a perfect gift no matter the age of your kid.
Exactly. And another sponsor here is Birch Gold, of course, doing wonderful things for the country in the sense of having a backed gold IRA. Now, you can get that through texting Trump to 989898. Again, we keep talking about it, but it's true. BRICS, these countries are trying to devalue the dollar as much as they can. So having a back gold IRA is something that would be great to have.
I mean, historically, gold has been a great performer, and one can only imagine that is a safe space. Now, I don't think Birch is telling you to put all your eggs in one basket. That would be, I think, foolish and irresponsible, but I'll let them decide on that. I'm not the gold expert on that, but they are. Text words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. We're about 12 minutes away, top of the hour here in New Hampshire. Brian Glenn, Matthew Alvarez bringing you continuously live from here. And we just got an update. There is 2 more speeches on Monday in Iowa. We'll get that information out. Of course, we'll be there for both of them. I think you're going to take one, I'm going to take the other, and we're going to just put our heads down and plow through it.
Yeah.
But what a great, I mean, look, Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada, those are the states in play early on. Now, it's interesting how we have not been out to the West Coast to Nevada. The last time I was there is in summer. He did a speech at one of the GOP offices there in Las Vegas. But I expect us to go out there probably in the next month or so. But that is a deadline for people to register to run in that primary, which I'm waiting for Glenn Youngkin to make his announcement that he's going to enter this race, and which I think would be political suicide if he did that, very much like everyone else on the list. But, we'll see if we go out to Nevada.
And a special hello to everybody watching in Nevada. We know that is definitely Trump country as well. And let's take a live look right now here in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire.
Let's take it out. Yeah, you've got a good crowd. Looks like we kind of filled the seats on either side of the stage as we've got so many special guests that have made their way in here. And, this is one of those situations where, like I said, it's a Monday. It's noon. And look at the amount of people that are here. And if we would have walked around the outside, I would have said, hey, how many people are calling in sick today to see the president?
Exactly. And people would be bold and proud to say, I did. I mean, because when he speaks, we know that the nation is encouraged. And that's what the nation needs. And he will speak about the situation in Israel, the tragedy that has unfolded there and is continuing to unfold as the Israeli army, the Israeli Defense Force is taking care of business out there.
I just got a notification that the president is moments away from taking the stage, so you can sell people finding their seats at the last moment. But you're right, it's all about getting the right policies back in place. I mean, look, there doesn't need to be an audition to do this, and President Trump talked about these debates. I think the RNC needs to cancel every single debate for the rest of the year. They don't need a debate. Why should he debate somebody, that has 2%, 3%, 4%, when he's got, 45, 47%, depending on what poll you're watching? There is no need for a debate.
And if there is one, I think it'd be interesting if he's up there. You got one podium on one side, you got the other Republican candidate on the other side, and the other Republican candidate will say all these kind of talking points. I think President Trump should just stand there and just look at him and not even respond.
He can respond with
not even respond.
Well, the response is read my policy on immigration, or read my policy on foreign affairs.
Yeah.
Read my policy. I said this back in November of 2011. I said that President Trump, and at that time, businessman Donald J. Trump, was the only person that could fix the trade war with China. I said that back in 2011 because he talked about the trade deficit. He talked about the wars with China and how they were ripping us off, and they're ripping us off in so many ways now than they were back then. But like, he was the one to get to fix the deficit with trade and how to deal with China. So it doesn't surprise me. So if I was debating, if the hardest thing to do is debate President Trump, because all you have to do is his policies work. That's the thing. His border policies, they worked. His energy policies made us the most energy independent country ever in our existence. We were exporting way more oil than ever before. Price of oil was, it was at a price point where the American consumer had affordable gas, and oil companies were actually, good, making a profit. Versus now, oil, I want to say it's around $90-something a barrel, but gasoline, because of limited supply of production, is national average is well over $4.
Exactly. I mean, remember when gas prices were so much lower than they are now? Just that one point alone. Also, you know, when he says in his speeches, "Make America Great Again," that's how he usually ends it. But in other speeches, he says, "Make America Safe Again." And right now, in the turmoil that's going on in the world, I think other people, the people that love freedom around the globe, would actually be like, hey, you know what? I do want President Trump to win in the United States, even though I'm a citizen of Brazil or a citizen of any country, right? They want freedom around the world.
Well, and he is the leader of the free world, so it makes sense to do that. I'm reading a stat here that the under President Trump, real family income increased over $6,000 a year in New Hampshire alone, and that the typical family lost about $7,400 in annual income under Joe Biden in the White House. So people are putting more money in their pocket, and at the end of the day, we want to feel, look, you want to feel safe and secure, that you have law and order, you have a secure border, you can have a missile come flying over your house, but you also have to make sure you can make a living. And I think most Americans feel like under President Trump, their policies enable them to make a living.
Intelligence, common sense, and love for the country in 2024. That was part of his speech in Iowa. As the music has stopped, we'll see if the president instead will do some. This is not Johnny Cash, is it?
I don't know. Yes, it is.
It sure is Johnny Cash.
Yeah,
we love some Johnny Cash here in New Hampshire.
Here we go. But anyway, so it's like there is no debate, and you know what? I think it's silly to even have these debates, to be honest with you, because you've got most candidates, for the most part, like one of them even wears a MAGA hat. He wears a "Make America Great Again" hat to some of his events, which I think is a smart move. If anything, that adds a couple points to your overall approval rating. But you've got people that are in this race, and it's purely personal. You can throw all the personal attacks. Look, we're used to it. I'm used to it. You're used to it. It doesn't bother me, because at the end of the day, it's his policies is what really will make a difference in this country, and I think even independents. That's why he's getting so much independent votes, because the independent vote sees the benefits of a Trump administration. They can weed through the biased news articles, the personal smears, and they can see that, wait a minute, I did pretty well under President Trump, and I want this to continue.
People are recognizing it. They're awake more than ever because of what President Trump has done, calling it out as it is, the fake news media. And so now we know more on television and also online, if it's just not sitting right and it also is not accurate to the Constitution and freedom, we don't want to look at that information anymore. We want to see the truth.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Before President Trump, you never heard the term fake media, fake news. You never heard that until, I tell you what, like there were certain events under the Trump administration that really the information came. Charlottesville is a great example when he talked about there was basically an incident there where a white. Applaud for a couple people in here. There's been the misinformation that came out of that event was, I think, the eye-opener for me that said, wait a minute, that's not remotely what happened, and that's not what he said. So they've taken stuff out of context, they've twisted it up to basically to fit their narrative. Music has died. Let's see if this is time to bring President Trump out on this Monday. Nope, I'm going to do one more song.
Yeah.
Little song. But, I think independence, I think that's one of its biggest growth right now is with the independent voter.
Exactly. It is 11:56 Eastern time here in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. President Trump scheduled for a 12 p.m. Eastern and 9 a.m. Pacific time speech here this Monday, October 9th, Columbus Day. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside our chief, I would say, host, chief correspondent, Brian Glenn.
People like to call me whatever, but I'll take that at this point.
Take that one.
It's funny, and I'll take it. But, I think one of the things we're going to hear from him today is what's going on in Israel and the response to that. President Trump, he predicted war on Israel immediately after it was announced that Joe Biden gave the $6 billion to Iran. He actually predicted that was a Truth Social post, and then how true that developed to that be, because look, whenever you empower a nation like that and you're giving them money, you're giving them weapons, and some of the weapons they found there were weapons that had come from Afghanistan. So when we abandoned Afghanistan, well, those weapons ended up in the wrong hands. So to be used against the Israeli people, it's sad, but it's something that needs big change. And President Trump in office would ensure the safety, I believe, of the nation of Israel.
100%. And a few things he did while president. He rightfully recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital and moved the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. President Trump stood up to the Iranian terrorist regime, tore up the Iran nuclear deal. He acknowledged Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. And then during a speech just on Saturday in Iowa, he declared, quote, "As president, I will once again stand with Israel and will cut off money to Palestinian terrorists on day one," end quote.
Yeah, I mean, the terrorists of the world. And he tells these stories about calling up these ISIS leaders and telling them, hey, you're going to stop killing Americans, or here's a picture of your house. This is what's this is what's going to happen.
That is quite the story.
I love the story. Look, this is what we need. We don't. I'm tired of playing footsies with the enemy. I'm tired of having happy talk all the time. You need action, and President Trump was about action, not just here domestically, but it came with dealing with terrorists, with organizations that want to do harm to America. He puts them on notice. And he says, look, I'm not going to tolerate it, or this is the consequences. And right now, Joe Biden he's enabled all of this. This has all been on his watch. His foreign policy is pathetic, if you won't even call it a foreign policy. His border policy is, not even exist. His border czar of Kamala Harris was not, that didn't work well. She went to El Paso one time. Well, guess what? The crisis is not really in El Paso. It's in Eagle Pass. Didn't address any of this stuff. So, we've got times, Matthew, that it's going to take some action, and it's going to take things that people may criticize you for, but that's what a leader does.
Airstrikes took out ISIS. One thing he also said, though, to show his who he is, when he was at the town hall with the lovely host there at CNN, she was asking about Ukraine and Russia and what he would do and how, and he said he wants just the killing to stop. Here we go.
Please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Well, I want to thank everybody very much. This is great, and it's great to be with you. It's great to be with you, and it's really been something very special, this whole endeavor. You know what we've all been through, and our country's been through a lot, and even today, there's no teleprompter working. It's just nice. This has happened oftentimes. Now, if this happens to Biden, it's big trouble. If it happens to me, we get through it, right? We just get through it. I'm trying to get a little signal, like, what the hell happened here? But we are going to do very well. But I just want to thank you all, because this has been a tremendous state for us. And we love it. We love the people. We love the people. And really, it's been very important. In your support, we're going to win the big primary that's coming up, an epic landslide. We're going to be in landslide territory. We're looking at polls that are through the roof. And the crooked Joe Biden, he's a crooked man, indeed. He's a crooked man. And in November, we're going to have the greatest election we've ever had. We won the first one, we won the second one, but now we're going to win it so much that they won't be able to cheat. I want to thank my New Hampshire co-chairs. Bruce, where is Bruce? Bruce Breton. Thank you very much, Bruce. Thank you very much. Good job, Bruce. Great job. Thank you, Bruce. Been a friend of ours for a long time. Another one is Lou Gargiulo, who's been a great, great friend. And Lou, thank you. Where's Lou? Stand up, Lou. I know Lou now for a long time. For a long time, he's been with us. A man who's highly respected in Washington and did a fantastic job. Senator Bob Smith. I don't know why he's not a senator anymore. He's really fantastic. And Mary Jo, thank you very much. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it. New Hampshire GOP Vice Chair Ryan Terrell. Ryan Terrell. Thank you. Thank you. I like his hair. I'd like to have hair just like that. Can I have that? I don't know. I love your hair. And Caroline Levitt, who's been incredible. She ran an incredible race. She ran an incredible race, came out of nowhere. She almost won that race. I'm actually glad she lost, because now she's with us, you know. So I like that. I like it much better. And she's going places, too. She's been fantastic and great on television, I will say. Really great. A lot of people don't do too well on television. It's a known fact. There are some people are very, very bad on television, like Biden. I would say Biden. He's probably your number one example. I can't think of anybody that's worse, right? Our Carroll County campaign chair, Frank McCarthy. Frank. And his wife, Terry. Where is Frank? Frank, thank you very much, Frank. Great job. Thank you very much. Terry, thank you. I saw a tear coming out of her eye before. That means he likes us. Right? That means she likes us. Thank you, darling. We appreciate it very much. And our top two phone callers, that's a big deal. They're more important than everybody, frankly. John and Nicole Oblenis. Where are they? Where are they? Thank you very much. What a great job. That's a great job. For decades, the people of New Hampshire have been sold out, ripped off. You've been ripped off by everybody and betrayed by the corrupt globalists, Washington, Wall Street people, those combinations of Washington, Wall Street, they're the worst of all. And it's never been worse than it is now under crooked Joe Biden and, frankly, his boss, Barack Hussein Obama. I think it's his boss. Crooked Joe puts China first. He puts Mexico first, Ukraine first, Europe first, Asia first, illegal aliens first, environmental lunatics and maniacs first. These are maniacs, these people. I don't know if they really believe it, or is it just something to hurt our country? But everyone else is first. But he puts America last. He puts our workers last. He puts our industries last. He puts your families last. He puts everybody last. Everything that's good he puts last. It's actually reversed. I say it's, a lot of times it's like April Fool's Day. Open border. Who wants an open border? Only stupid people. Who wants not to have voter ID? Voter ID. We will not have voter ID. You know, for their convention, the Democrat convention, they had a voter ID that was the size of this. See this? It's like this. It hung with a chain around their neck. It was a picture. I think it had every bit of information ever. You could read their biography, know everything about the person. They couldn't get into the convention without it. But to go to vote, we don't want voter ID. Actually, the Democrats want it. It's the leadership that does it. And the reason they don't want it, Carolyn, is because they want to cheat. And it's very simple. There's only one reason. I put America first every single time. And since Joe Biden took office, cumulative inflation has reached nearly a 20% number. It's a number that nobody's ever, I don't think they've seen it maybe ever or close to ever. And the 30-year mortgage rate just hit a 27-year high. Congratulations, all of you people that are looking for a house. Enjoy yourself. You're going to be looking a long time. And then you go to the bank, they won't give you the money even if you're willing to pay it. The banks aren't giving money. And you know, the banks, the big banks like Bank of America, Chase, they discriminate against conservatives. You do know that, right? Okay? We're going to stop that real fast. Well, they're not going to do any business with our government because I don't like them. I know them better than anybody, and they discriminate against conservatives, Republicans, conservatives. And it's a disgrace, frankly. By contrast, under my leadership, we had no inflation, and the 30-year mortgage rate was an all-time low. We had an all-time low, like 2.6%. That's a little better than paying 8% and we don't give you the money. You know what they do? It's 8%, we don't give you the money, but if you pay 12, we'll give it to you. That's where they are. The typical family has lost over $7,400 in annual income with Crooked Joe in the White House. Think of that. You know, I changed the name from Sleepy Joe to Crooked Joe because I thought it was actually even more accurate. They're both very accurate, but even more accurate. And I took it off Hillary because I don't like using the same name for two people. You know, we have plenty of words that we can use, right? But I took it away from Hillary because she's no longer relevant. Even though she's still complaining about the election, near Russia, it was Russia. No, it wasn't Russia. She's still complaining. They don't go after her, right? Did they indict her for complaining about the election results of 2016? Is Hillary indicted for that? No? Oh, that's strange, because I got indicted for that. It's strange. Gee, you think there's a little double standard out there? And I was right. They did cheat. She was wrong. She was really wrong. But no, we took it away. We called her now Beautiful Hillary because she's a beautiful woman. And we wanted to use Crooked for Joe Biden. So she actually went out that night and she celebrated. That was a great night, great day for her when we took that name off. Under President Trump, real family income increased over $6,000 a year. In New Hampshire alone, $6,000. You picked up $7,000 as opposed to losing much more, close to $8,000. That's a big difference. But perhaps no Biden attack on the people of the state has been worse than the socialist calamity known as the Green New Deal, the Green New Hoax, I call it, which has struck New Hampshire with among the highest energy, electricity, and heating costs anywhere in the nation, almost anywhere in the world. You know, you pay the highest energy cost. You ought to speak to your governor about that, by the way. You pay the highest energy costs. You pay the highest energy costs anywhere in the country. You know that, right? And there's no reason for it. It's bad government. And you should. You should have to speak to locals also. But you shouldn't be paying that. You are the number one in the whole nation. It's ridiculous. Right now, countless New Hampshire families are getting ready to heat your homes this winter with the cost of residential fuel oil up 74% to almost $5 a gallon. Congratulations, that's very nice. When I left office, we had it all the way down to $1.99 a gallon. $1.99. Yeah, we did a great job. Remember, I said, drill, baby, drill. Just keep drilling. And we got it so low that they were going to all go out of business. We had to say, slow down a little bit. I had them drilling. They were going to drill themselves right out of business. It was going so low, remember? You actually had a couple of days where it was down to $1.47 for gasoline for the car. And we had to get it up a little. I hated to do that to you, but you know, they were putting each other out of business. But we had them drilling. We filled up the national reserves, strategic reserves. And then Biden took it to keep your gasoline prices artificially low. And now it's at the lowest level. Did you know that, Carolyn? It's at the lowest level in history. There's almost nothing there. And that was meant for war. Now, who could imagine a war, right? With people pouring into our country and we have no idea from where they come. The same people in many cases, the same people that just attacked Israel. You know that, right? Can you imagine what this guy has done to us, what he's done to us? That would have never happened. The attack on Israel would never, ever have happened. The attack on Ukraine would never have happened. Inflation would never have happened. None of it would have happened. We would have been a different country, because right now we're a country in decline, serious decline. To bring down the energy cost for New Hampshire families, I will immediately rescind every Green New Deal catastrophe of the Biden administration. And we will drill, baby, drill. We'll get them way down. We'll get them way down. You know, if they would build a pipeline, and we started it, and we were just about set to have it, then you had that result in the election, which was so terrible. But going through New York State, a very poor section of New York State, the people up there want it very much, but you would have a pipeline, your numbers would come down in half, more than half. It's amazing. You know, they used to have, they probably still have, knowing this guy, he gets oil from Venezuela, why not from Russia, right? But you used to have ships from Russia coming in to give you your oil and gas. You know that, right? The ships would come in from Russia. And we have so much. We have more than anybody else in the world. And for you needed a pipeline, but your Democrats won't approve it, and your governor hasn't been able to get it done. It would be a shame if they just go through a very poor section of New York State. You would have the lowest energy. You go from the highest to about the lowest, and all they need is a pipeline. And we had it done. We had it all set to go, and then they don't do. Just like we had the wall built, and then they don't want to finish it. Now, we did, I think, 561 miles of wall, and we had another 200 that we ordered. It's a little like water, you know, you do it, and then you got to do a little bit more. We had 200 miles ordered, ready to be installed, would have taken 3 weeks. And then we had that election result, and then what happened is they decided not to use it. And I said, these guys really do want to have open borders. That was the first clue, because it's inconceivable that somebody would say open borders with all the problems it brings and has brought. And you see it up here a lot, but some of these places, they can't even breathe. Even Democrats are going against Democrats in a very nasty way. They think it's just absolutely insane what's going on. But I'll terminate Joe Biden's delusional power plant regulations. These are just crazy things that too lengthy to explain. But they are just insane things that they want to do to destroy our country, which are forcing hundreds of power plants to shut down with nothing to replace them. It's a massive gift to communist China and various other places. It's just a big gift. They want to close down power plants that have 50 to 100 years of life left. And you know, China is building a power plant every week, all coal. They only use coal. They like coal, because it's very inexpensive. They don't use clean coal. They can use clean coal. You know, they have things called clean coal now, and natural gas, and lots of great things that have tremendous power. Germany, you know, decided to go green, and they were going to go green. They're going to go out of business, and they've now started to build coal-fired plants all over the place. So they've gone from one extreme to the other. But good, clean coal, and it's okay, and it has power, and obviously gas, natural gas, it's very clean. But we don't do that. We use things that we can't get. You know, the windmills are subsidized heavily by the government, and they cost a lot. And if you have one near your house is worthless because you can't sell it. Between the noise and the look, you can't sell it. And it's probably the most expensive energy you can have. It's tremendously expensive. And then you have to rebuild them every 10 years. You know, they don't just keep growing. You got to they get ripped to pieces. And then they kill all the whales, right? They kill all the whales out there, and then they say that for boat manufacturers, the boat can't go more than 2 miles an hour because we don't want to hurt the whales, even though there's only been one recorded incident of that in 50 years. But all the time now, we see whales washing up on shore because of the wind, those big wind turbines they're building out in the ocean that are unbelievably expensive. In fact, so expensive that even with subsidies, these companies are all canceling out because it doesn't work. So the whales will be very happy about that. But I will implement rapid approvals of new energy infrastructure. We will regain energy independence as we did. You know, you were energy independent 3 years ago, soon to be energy dominant. You're going to be dominant. We were going to sell our energy to Europe, make a lot of money, reduce your taxes even further. You know, the Trump administration gave you the biggest tax decrease, tax cuts and regulation cuts in the history of our country, bigger than the Reagan cuts by a lot. And we would cut them even still further and also reduce debt. We were going to sell our oil and gas to Europe at good prices, but they were good. Instead, they did Nord Stream 2 with Russia, and I stopped it. It was totally dead, and then Biden came along and he approved it. Then he says, you are very, very nice to Russia. No. Putin used to say, they always say you're so nice. You are the worst thing that ever happened to us. But I got along with them. But you are the worst thing. Think of it. I stopped Nord Stream 2. That's the biggest thing they've ever done. I stopped it. It was dead, and then Biden approved it. So you tell me who's a little tougher on just that one thing alone, sanctions, everything else. And they would have never gone into Ukraine. That I can tell you. Not even a little chance. And you know, for two reasons, just while we're on this, for two reasons. Number one, as I said, you can't go in. Can't go in. What I will do is so bad. No, you won't. Yes, I will. What I will do, I told him, is so bad. It's so bad. I don't want to do it. He goes, no way. I said, way. And he didn't believe me, but he believed me 10%. He believed me, Mr. Senator, he believed me 10%. That's all we needed. 10% is enough. And there was never any movement. I mean, you know, we proved that for 4 years. There was no thought of that. And the other reason he wouldn't have gone in, because we had oil at $40 a barrel. At $40 a barrel, he doesn't have the money to do the war. And he wouldn't have been able to. And now it's $100 and going higher. And it was $100. It was $115 a little while ago when he started this thing. So he had so much money. He'll be the only guy to make a lot of money off a war. And he wouldn't have been able to do that with us because there was no money. You couldn't have made the money at $40 a barrel. So that would have never happened. But it wouldn't have happened just for the first reason, too. I said you can't do it. And I'll quickly cut New Hampshire gas and heating bills. We're going to cut them at least in half and very quickly. We're going to get it done very quickly. Which I think is an important point for us to talk about because it's ridiculous. When you look at your bills compared to other people, and they're all up because this guy has let energy go through the roof. You know, inflation started with energy. It's not that complicated. When you have a donut shop or a food shop or a dress shop, you need heat, you need whatever, you need everything, you need trucks to deliver your product. Energy is so big, so important, and it went through the roof. It just went through the roof, and that took everything with it. Now everything. They say bacon has gone up 5 times, meaning 5 times in the last year and a half. 5 times. Even I'm cutting back on bacon. It's too expensive. I'm cutting back on it. But I'll be the American energy president, and I have been. I mean, I really have been. We did an incredible job with energy. We were making a fortune. You know, we were in 3rd place when I started, and within 2 years, we were not only in 1st place, we were much bigger than Saudi Arabia and Russia. And if you look at a chart, and I want to have my people start putting up these charts because they're really good, because you look at them 1 second, and it explains it better than all the words on earth. You had Russia here like this. You had Saudi Arabia a little above Russia. You had us pretty far down here. And by the time I finished, we were like a rocket ship. We were like this, way beyond them. And all of that energy, that extra energy, we didn't need it from anybody. We didn't have to guard countries. We didn't have to do anything. We have more than any other country in the world. Remember, I got ANWR approved. It was such a big deal. Reagan couldn't do it. Bush probably didn't try too hard. You know, it's different mindset. But Reagan did. We respect Reagan. And he did. He couldn't get it done. I got it done. ANWR, it's as big as Saudi Arabia, they say. the equivalent to Saudi Arabia in Alaska. And Biden comes in, within the first week, they terminated it. Can you believe that? It was so much work to get that approved. We got it approved. They were ready to start drilling. And the Alaska people were devastated because it was the greatest economic project. But even for the country, it was such a massive amount. It's big, but I'll get it done again. I'll get it approved. I'll get it approved very quickly. I actually got it approved, and I'll get it approved very quickly. But the United States will have the lowest cost of energy and electricity very soon as we're in, almost as soon as we're in. It's going to go very quickly. Right away, we're going to have the lowest, anywhere on Earth, we'll have the lowest energy on Earth. Right now, you have one of the highest, in this state in particular. On day one, I will also repeal Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate. Can you believe it? Everybody has to have an electric car. Darling, let's drive down to Florida. We'd like to get some sun in Florida. Let's drive to South Carolina. Let's drive to Texas. Well, I want to, darling, but let's see. We have to stop 22 times to get to Texas. I don't want to stop 22 times. They say the happiest person in the world is when you get that first 10 minutes boost. You know, you get your car charged and you're in the car. But after 10 minutes, you get very paranoid because you're looking for a new charging station. You're petrified you're going to be out in the road in the middle of nowhere, and you run out of the charge, as they call it. But the tow truck business is extraordinarily good. So they're towing these cars all over the place. You see cars, beautiful, nice, brand new cars being towed to a charger. It's ridiculous. And by the way, I'm a believer in electric cars. It's fine. But, you know, whatever the market bears, if they want to have gasoline, we have more gasoline than anybody on Earth, right? We have more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia, much more than Russia. We have more than anybody. Gasoline, I like hybrid. I like everything. You make everything. But you can't, you know, in California, they want to go with all electric, but they can't even, every weekend, they have a blackout. They don't have enough electricity. And you know who makes electricity? You know who makes it? Coal makes it, right? Coal makes it. And you know who else makes it? Oil makes it. So all of these grids that you hear, the grid, oh, the electric grid. No, it's all generated by the initial charge is made with oil and coal and different other products. These people are absolutely crazy. Under a Trump administration, gasoline-powered engines will be allowed, but child sexual mutilation will be banned, if that's okay with you. If that's okay. If that's okay. Right? Good, man. I say this, you know, every time I mention, we will stop child mutilation. Now think of it. 10 years ago, you're a politician, and you get up and say, we will stop child sexual mutilation. The people in the audience say, what the hell is he talking about? That's not possible. It's very possible that they mutilate. I mean, what they do to your children without your approval, with nothing. These people, they're crazy. But to think I have to say that, or to think I have to say, we will ban men from participating in women's sports. Have you seen the weightlifting records? No, can you believe it? Have you seen the weightlifting records? The lifting, like 150 pounds more. They've had a record 18 years. They put an ounce on one side. They put an ounce on the other side, little ounce on the... Girl gets up. I can't do it. Mom, I can't. She's a champion, the world champion. She can't do it. I can't do it, Mom. I just can't. Mom's in the front, Dad's in the front. They're so proud. She can't do it, that extra little ounce, 2 ounces. And the guy gets up who recently transitioned. Have you lifted before? Not really. And he goes with one hand. It's so crazy. I think they broke the record by like 150 pounds or something. They couldn't lift an extra ounce, but they can wipe out 100. That's a record that's not going to be broken, except maybe by Carolyn. I think maybe Carolyn can break it. Not too many people are going to be breaking that, right? So after many decades of failure and betrayal, we will cast from the power of diehard, well, that's what happens. These diehard globalists like Joe Biden, who's crooked. Look, when I got indicted the first time, I said, oh, now that love's ours, this is never supposed to happen to an ex-president who did a great job. I did a great job. I mean, we had the best economy. We had the best border. We had the best everything. Then I got indicted so fast, one after another, election interference, all crap. And I said, well, the gloves are off. And I never talked about him this bad. I mean, I respected the office more so than him, not really him. But when I got indicted 4 times, and I have civil trials, a DA in New York, a totally corrupt attorney general, totally Letitia Peekaboo James, totally corrupt attorney general in New York. She said Mar-a-Lago's worth $18 million. The judge said Mar-a-Lago's worth $18 million. I had about 10 people call. I'll take 10 of them. Could I have 10 of them? And it's worth, perhaps billions of dollars. But they said that this is what the trial. It's so sad. But the gloves were taken off. And now I tell the fact. He's a corrupt politician. He's grossly incompetent. And he's the worst president in the history of our country. And he's destroying our country. I wouldn't have spoken like that out of respect for the office, but we're going to protect foreign labor. If you look at it, Ron DeSanctimonious comes along, right? How about him? I got him elected. Then he says 4 years later, yes, I would run against him, essentially. He said, I have no comment. So that's about the same thing, wouldn't you say, right? When they say I have no comment, that's the same thing. By the way, we have a very special congressman. Would you and your wife please stand up? Great people. Great people. I see you sitting there. They didn't put you on the screen, Lance. But I appreciate you being here. It's really an honor. From Texas. And they're incredible, very, very great people, both of them. And they didn't put him on this. This teleprompter's not doing so good today. They didn't put him down. I would never, ever get his vote on anything. He'd vote to impeach me if I didn't mention him. I'd be in trouble. Like some of the other crazies. We had Nancy Pelosi vote to him. Crazy Nancy. No, she came out and she said, we'll impeach him. And then she found out I did nothing wrong and they had already started the process. So she said, well, let's just go through with it anyway. It turned out that phone call that I got impeached, I'm the only guy who could get impeached on a perfect phone call. I got impeached. And it was a perfect call to the president of Ukraine. And it turned out now, 2 years later, that was 100% right. Because they were crooked people. But it turned out, meaning Biden, the son, the whole thing, they were crooked people, so it turned out to be 100% right. But one thing I did, because of that gentleman right there and some others like him, we had 197 Republicans at the time, I believe, and I got 197 votes in favor of no impeachment from the Republicans. So that's great. Thank you very much, Lance. Thank you. I'm glad I saw you sitting there. I would have been in trouble. But thank you. We have some other great people in the audience, too, and we appreciate you here. Under the Trump administration, we will once again protect American jobs, American workers, American wages, American borders, and we're going to protect, most importantly, American families, because American families are being hit very hard. They've never had anything like this. The inflation, inflation is called a country buster. It busts countries. You look at Germany from many years ago. You look at anywhere inflation comes. It doesn't have to be now. It could be 200 years ago. Where they had inflation, they had broken countries. And we're very close to a broken country. We're also very close to a country that's going to be in a third world war because we have an incompetent president. He has no clue. And this isn't a war with army tanks going back and forth. This is a war with weapons, the likes of which nobody can even imagine how bad they are. This is obliteration, and Obama has plenty to do with it. Obama has plenty to do with it. I call him Biden's boss, but he has plenty to do with it. Very, very, very serious. We are in very, very grave danger of having a World War III, and this will be a war. This will be a war of obliteration. This will not be a war with, I say, army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. This is the real deal. And we have a man that He can't even walk off a stage. He walks off a stage. He finishes his speech. He looks, oh, well, he can't find. He has no idea. You know, there's always a stair there, a stair here. You could even walk off the front, jump or something, do something. He usually walks to the back into a wall. Yeah, there's a wall there. He walks right into a wall. Can't walk off the stage, can't put two sentences together, and yet he's negotiating with President Xi of China, who, when I say he's very smart, the press, look at, that's a lot of press back there. That's a lot. So, for him to negotiate with President Xi of China is like my high school football team playing the, let's see, what's a good team nowadays? Philadelphia's good. So, you know, they change a little bit. I used to say New England. I used to say the Patriots. I'd love to be able to say the Patriots. He's a great guy, great coach, but they have a little hard time. But what's going on with the Patriots, huh? But he's a great coach, and he'll figure it out somehow. He's going to figure it out. But that was not a good game last night, was it, huh? But it's like playing a professional team. It's ridiculous for him to be negotiating with these people. These people, I got to know them all. They're at the top of their game. They're at the top of their game. And we have somebody that 30 years ago wasn't at the top of any game. He wasn't 30 years ago. Never was. He was a glad hand. That's all he was, is a glad hand. And Ted Kennedy told me that, a friend of mine. Can you believe he was a friend of mine? But he was, for certain reasons. As president, I stood up to China like no administration has ever done before, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars, pouring into our treasury, and took it right out of China. I even got the farmers and plenty of people in here, but I got the farmers $28 billion from China. Who the hell else is going to do that? My people told me, please, sir, don't do that. Don't do that. I don't like you, sir. You sound so arrogant. Because I went to Iowa, Nebraska, different places, and I'd say, we're going to win you. We're going to win your states so big, farm states. We're going to win Wisconsin. I did so much for them. I got $28 billion. Think of that. You know, that's all these people, because they were taking advantage. I asked our Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny Perdue. I said, Sonny, what do you think the damage has been that they've caused over the last number of years? Before my term, they really caused tremendous damage to the farmers. And he comes back 2 days later, he says, sir, it's approximately $28 billion. I said, all right, good. I'm going to take $28 billion. I tariffed them. I got $28 billion for the farmers. Who else would do it? By the way, who else would do that? Who else would even think of it? Can you imagine? Who else? Do you think that the sanctimonious or any of these people? Do you think Biden? How about Biden? He doesn't know he's alive. Biden is going to say, let's get $28 billion for the farmer. Biden doesn't even like farmers, if you want to know the truth. He doesn't like farmers, and he doesn't like minorities. That's true, isn't it, huh? And nobody ever says that, but it's true. He doesn't like minorities. But, you know, you take a look at that, and I'd say, well, I'm definitely winning Iowa. I'd go into Iowa, make a speech. We just got back, and it was great. And I said, I don't want to sound arrogant, but I know I'm going to win Iowa. And my people say, oh, that's so arrogant. I said, I got them $28 billion. Who the hell else is going to do it? And I say it, and everybody laughs, so we all have a good time. But it is true. I got them $28 billion. How the hell do I lose a farm state if I got you $28 billion? But Ron DeSantis opposed my China tariffs. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars. The 28 was a portion of it, and we gave that to the farmers, but we took in hundreds of billions. Not one president of our country has taken in 10 cents from China, not 10 cents. And I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. They didn't like me too much. They didn't like me too much. But very simply, Ron DeSanctimonious, and I'm not even sure I'm supposed to be wasting my time talking about him because I hear he's so far down. Could you tell me, is there anybody else I'm supposed to? Bird brain, maybe? Bird brain? Do I talk about anybody else? Because he really has. He's fallen like a wounded bird from the skies. But he sided with the communists in China, and I fought for the workers of America. He was against what we did. He was very much against what we did. And perhaps most offensive of all to the people of New Hampshire, DeSanctimonious pushed a 23% national sales tax, which means he's 100%, in my opinion, unelectable when you do that. He also, the sales tax was one thing, but he also pushed very strong on doing damage, bad damage, very bad, and maybe even extinguishing a thing called Social Security. And he wanted the minimum age to be 70. He voted on it 3 times, by the way, so, it's hard for him to deny it. But the national sales tax would pulverize the middle class and decimate the hardworking families of this state almost more than most others. And it's never going to happen. We're never going to let that happen. One thing about a politician, when they have an idea and then they always go away from it during an election. No, I was only kidding when I said I'm going to pulverize Social Security. I was only kidding. But they always go back to it, right? They always go back to it. And they go back to their first idea. That's where they are. DeSantis also very much hurt Medicare, and he wanted to hurt it badly, but it got voted down. As your president, I proudly ended the disaster known as NAFTA, the world's worst trade deal probably ever made, and replaced it with the USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada, and it's, they say, the best trade deal ever made in the country. Actually, believe it or not, the deal I made with China is, I think, even better. They have to buy $50 billion of product, but I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even talk about it. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had COVID, and then I built it again, rebuilt it again. The stock market was actually higher than it was pre-COVID. It was pretty amazing. We did a great job on something that nobody had any idea what it was, COVID, when it came in. We did a great job. Let the governors run it. Some of the governors did a great job, like Henry McMaster of South Carolina, and Governor Nome. She was fantastic. South Dakota. And some others. Tennessee did a very good job. And they kept them open. They kept them open. Florida, by the way, was not kept open, just in case you have any questions. But they got back. But it was not kept open. Some people forget history, but it's very easy to go back, especially with the internet. It takes you seconds. Oh, that's true. The beaches were closed. The hotels, everything, it was closed. But it got back. And we did a great job on that. And I let the governors do it. We got them the equipment they needed. We did something. We never got the credit on that one, but we got credit on a lot of other things, like having created the strongest border in the history of our country. Got credit on that one. Having created the greatest economy in the history of our country. The greatest economy by far. I fought for New Hampshire fishermen and lobstermen like no administration in history. No administration cared about the fishermen and the lobstermen. I only did it because selfishly I love that lobster. You couldn't get it. So we got it. I opened it up. The 500 square miles, right? I opened it up. They want to close it up, and I guess they want to do that. It's so crazy. But making a deal with the European Union to eliminate tariffs on American lobster. They were charging us tariffs and we weren't charging them. I said, either you do that or we're going to charge you double the tariffs you're charging us. They said, we'd be delighted in taking the tariffs off. It took one phone call. But the EU tariff reduction on any product, it's the first time that they've ever done that, and they did it for me with one conversation. I said, you do it, we're going to do it to you with everything, not just lobster. And they dropped everything. I also opened up 5,000 square miles of ocean off New England that Barack Hussein Obama had closed. I don't know why, they closed. The most fertile area, almost like in the world, for a thing called fish and lobster. And you weren't allowed to use it. 500 square miles. You know how deep you had to go? You had to go way the hell out, dangerous, way, way out in the ocean. And to this day, nobody really tells me, why? Why did they do it? And they want to put it back again. Now we're ready for the America First economic program. We're going to make our country, everyone is really down right now because our country looks so bad. We have no influence in the world. Everything's falling apart. Everything he's done has been bad. Everything. I have a little list that I'm going to read in a second, but everything that he's done is a failure. The open border, his relations with other countries. We've lost every country. We don't even have any allies anymore. They don't respect us. We don't have any. We have nothing going. You take a look. Yeah, China's our best ally, I think, with him. Well, he has to because they paid him so much money. We have no choice, right? Got plenty of money out of China. Remember with Russia during the debate? They said, how come the mayor of Moscow's wife gave you $3.5 million in cash? And Chris Wallace, how's he doing? Not too good. Chris Wallace, who was a moderator for Fox, you're not allowed to ask that question. I said, why not? He got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. Why aren't we allowed to ask that question? Well, it's inappropriate because now it turns out that's a big scandal. I was right. I'm always a couple of years ahead of schedule. That's okay. And I was right. They got money from a lot of countries. When I'm reelected, we will have these incredible tax cuts. We're going to do it, regulation cuts in addition. Again, we cut regulations and taxes more than anybody else, but we're going to get more because we're going to have so much money coming in from energy that we're not going to have to toy with your Social Security or your Medicare. We will have, again, when I go to Saudi Arabia, talk to any of the Saudis, and they order 200, brand new Boeing 777s, I said, how do you get your financing? They look at me like, financing? We don't need finance. We got nothing but cash, right? We have bigger than they do. We have more than they do. We can do so well, and we don't have to terminate somebody that's worked their whole life, their Social Security, or play with their Medicare like DeSantis wants to do and all these other candidates want to do because they have no idea. They have no idea. You take a look at them. I mean, I got candidates, Ada Hutchinson, I call him Ada. Ada. The guy is polling at 0. I think it's appropriate that Trump's debates. Why? So a guy at 0, I'm 70 points higher than him, more, and I'm supposed to be standing on. Why? Well, you talk about Trump derangement syndrome. He's a deranged human being. Chris Christie, he's a deranged person. He thinks, no, it's just so crazy. He stands up, they say, what do you think of our economy? Donald Trump is a horrible human being, he's horrible. It's tough when you don't give somebody a job and then they're supposed to be nice, right? But no, I never trusted him to give him a job, but he endorsed me right after our big debate. We had a big debate up here, and then he endorsed me immediately, but I just didn't choose to do that. When you don't give people jobs, or when you fire people from jobs, they tend to get, Mr. Congressman, quite vicious. And he's a deranged human being. You got a lot of problems. And you have others, but they're polling at 4, 5, 6, 0, in a few cases 0. One guy actually has a 0 with an arrow pointing left. That means minus 0, and then they say Trump should really debate them. So far we've done good. We've had 2 debates. I haven't participated. They got the lowest ratings in the history of debates. Lowest ratings, thank you. In fact, I went up to Michigan to save the United Auto Workers from their union because their union was negotiating a terrible thing They were negotiating hourly wages, but they weren't talking about the electric vehicles because they can have all the wages they want, but in 2 years they're not going to have a job if they go with this mandate that they have for electric vehicles. So I was up in Michigan while they were debating, and my poll numbers went up like another 6 or 7% by skipping the debate. And I think that if the United Auto Workers, and if auto workers, period, but if the United Auto Workers listen to their union, unless their union changes, and they're starting to change, and I went up and I explained about the fact that you would think they would know that, right? Because it's not with me a full-time job, that particular thing. It is for them. You'd think they'd know that you can't approve the electric mandates. You can't do it, all of them, because all of those cars are going to be made in China. That's where the materials are. That's where the minerals are. That's where the batteries are. That's where we have another thing here. It's called gasoline right under our feet. I call it liquid gold. Oil. Right under our feet, more than anybody. I call it liquid gold. That's what we have, and we don't take advantage of it. We go to China. China. Can you imagine if China was sitting on what we have? They would be an even more successful country, and they wouldn't be doing the stupid things that we do. To protect New Hampshire workers and families, I'll impose a cross-the-board tariff on all foreign-made goods because we have to do that. And that's not going to be a tax on you. Like the Wall Street Journal, which is totally globalist, they want to protect the globe. They don't care about this country. They say, oh, it's a tax. Number one, it gives you tremendous negotiating power. I'll give you an example. On the border, I got Mexico to pay for 28,000 soldiers. 28,000. Because I said, if you don't pay, I'm going to put a tariff on all the cars that you stole from us. They took 32% of our automaking industry over a period of decades. 32%. So I said to them, we had people coming in through this Obama group like you wouldn't believe. I said, we got to close up our borders. I want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally, right? Now you look at what's happened, it's just so crazy. But I said very strongly, I said, no, you're going to have to give us 28,000 to protect our border. That's why we had the greatest border records in history, because of Mexico. You know, all those people that say, Donald Trump never got money from Mexico. I got 28,000 soldiers. That's much more than anybody could get by giving us a couple of bucks to help build the wall. But there was no legal mechanism where you can do that. But I said, you got to give us 28,000. They said no. I said, you also have to give us, stay in Mexico, remain in Mexico. That's a pretty big thing, because they were remaining in our country. You know, they were coming in, and it was called remain in the United States for the rest of your life. And I said, no, they have to remain in Mexico until we check them out and see. And most of them didn't check out. They came from prisons. They came from mental institutions. They came from lots of places. And the person at the State Department, very good woman, all she did was work on Mexico for about 25 years. She said, sir, they'll never do this, because she's never gotten anything from them. I said, no, they'll do it. Sir, they won't do it. I'm telling you, they won't. I said, 100% they'll do it. And also, catch and release. Catch and release. You catch them and then you release them into America. You catch them, they're a criminal, even criminals. They catch them, what's your crime? Murder. Oh, okay, well, please show up in 3 or 4 years for court. No, only the really dumb ones show up. You know, nobody shows up. You know what percentage show up for court? We're going to release you. You're on the honor system. In 4 years, please come back. We're going to have a case. And only about 1% come back. And they're the ones that you really don't want, because they're not very smart. But they come back. Everyone else is just like they're all illegally in this country. We've taken in, I'll bet, 15 million people in the last short period of time. It's bigger than New York State. But so I said to Mexico, I said, you got to pay for the soldiers. I want them free of charge. No, they said, you got to be kidding. Why would we do that? You're going to do it. So they sent their top representative. I said, a very nice guy, right under the president, because they knew I was not happy about people coming in from Mexico in the caravans. And they sent their top person, nice man. And he said, sir, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will. He said, no, sir, we won't. I mean, I'm telling you, we will not do it. Yes, you will, 100%. 100% you'll do it. And he said, no, we're not going to do it. I said, here's what we're telling you. In right here, I have a piece of paper, and I'm signing it. It was a Friday afternoon. I said, on Monday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, there's a 25% tariff that's going to be placed on all of your cars and all of your goods and all of the billions and billions and billions of dollars that you sucker us with and you sell into the United States. And it's 25%, and that's much more than the cost of 28,000 soldiers. Remember what 28,000 soldiers, that's a lot. And these are Pancho Villa, you know, they have the bullets across the, these aren't politically correct, like our guys have to be politically correct. If you say excuse me, ma'am, you're not allowed to be here. If you say it in a bad tone, they want to put you in jail, okay? You know, they're politically correct. Our people, what they've done to our military is terrible. But I've rebuilt the entire military, but we'll get that straightened out because we have a great military potential. We have a great military. So we had the soldiers. So I said, I'm going to put a 25%, I'm going to put on all of your products, Mr. Congressman, a 25% tax, everything. And it's going to start on Monday morning. Mr. President, I'd like to make a phone call. Comes back 5 minutes later. Sir, it would be a great honor to put 28,000 soldiers free of charge on your border. This would be a great honor for us. And catch and release, you win that too. Stay in Mexico, you win that too. You win everything, sir. Please don't do that, sir. We got everything. We got everything. But we don't do that with this administration. This administration doesn't do things like that. I will also pass what we'll call the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. If China or any other country makes us pay, you know, they charge us massive tariffs to do business in their country. This way our businesses leave your state and they go to China and they build a factory in China because they don't want to pay the tariff. But if they make us pay a 100 or 200% tariff, then we will make them pay an exactly the same reciprocal tariff of 100 to 200%. So if we're paying them, they're paying us. So one of two things are going to happen. We're going to either take a lot of money, or we're going to both agree that let's forget it. We go back and there's no tax. And probably the second thing will happen more often than not. And as taxes on foreign countries go up, taxes on American workers, families, and small businesses will, because of what I did, will go down. Now, people like the Wall Street Journal, they are so mixed up, they don't know what to do. They don't like things like this because they're globalists. They want China to do well. They want other countries to do well, much more so than they want, look, Rupert Murdoch's a globalist, much more so than they want anybody. They don't want, I don't even think they want us to do well, if you want to know the truth, because I've seen too many things. But they're globalists and they want other countries to do well, so they'll fight this. But smart people in Congress and smart people in the Senate are going to approve it. I will revoke China's most favored nation trade status because, they're most favored because they're a developing country. And we will impose stiff penalties on China and other trade businesses for the abuse. Just so you understand, they are a favored nation. You know why? Because they say we're a developing nation. We are a developing nation, sir. So are we. Have you seen our cities? Our cities are going to hell. Our whole country's going to hell. We're a developing nation. We're more of a developing nation than they are. They have a better school system. By the way, we're going to terminate the Department of Education, if you don't. Fast. Almost the first thing we're going to do. We're going to let local government, we're going to let the states run education. We're going to let the states run education. You know, we spend more per pupil than any country anywhere in the world, and yet we're at the bottom of the list. We're in number 38, 39, or 40, out of 40, and yet we spend double and sometimes triple per pupil more than any other. You have Denmark, Norway, Sweden, China is a top country. Can you imagine? With 1.4 billion people, China is a top country. They do a very good job, but we don't do a good job. So it's like my famous statement that I've made numerous times about lots of different things. What the hell do we have to lose, right? And you move it back to New Hampshire, and you move it back to Iowa and South Carolina and all of these great states, and you'll run your education, and we'll have nobody in Washington except maybe just one person sitting at one desk with perhaps a secretary saying, are you sure you're teaching English? We want to make sure. There are a couple of basics, right? There are a couple of basics. But it's no wonder the far-left lunatics are getting desperate to stop our movement by any means necessary. And as you know, crooked Joe Biden and his radical left thugs have weaponized law enforcement to arrest their leading political opponent. Me, I got arrested. Can you believe it? That's the mugshot. I never thought I'd be taken. I wonder what my father and mother are saying as they look down. My son just took, like mugshots weren't supposed to be in the family. Sorry, Dad. I'm glad they weren't around to see it. A mugshot. That was never supposed to happen politically. Think of it, a mugshot. I had a mugshot, but it turned out quite good. Good news. Over nothing. It's all coming out of Washington, too. And it's all high-level election interference. They want to demean you and destroy you so that when you run against this man who is mentally incapacitated, you have to lose. That's the only way they can win. They have to cheat. They can't win with all their policies of open borders, high taxes, high interest rates, no voter ID. No voter ID. With all their policies, they can't win. The only way they know how to win is by cheating. And this is a form of cheating. This is third world country stuff. Arrest your opponent. And that means that I could do that too. If I win, I could say, wow, there's somebody over there. No, but you see what's happening. You see what's starting. This is like, I've always read that, when president leaves office, does a good job, leaves office, works hard, and you just don't do it. You just treat them with great respect. I got indicted 4 times in 3 civil trials by cuckoo birds, where they're it's just unbelievable. And they think if I can keep them out of New Hampshire and Iowa and South Carolina and Nevada, if we can keep them in courthouses busy as hell, they don't care until after the election. If I would have decided not to run, I wouldn't have any of this stuff. If I was in 3rd or 4th or 5th place, I wouldn't have any of this stuff because they wouldn't. But I'm leading Biden by a lot, and I'm leading all of the Republicans by a massive amount. So in fact, somebody said, you don't have to come to New Hampshire, sir. You're leading by 44 points. You don't have to come. I said, no way. How about if I called, I'm not going to come. No. I said, I don't have the courage to tell those great people, and there's thousands, there's a lot of people outside, you'll be happy to know. You know, DeSantis had a thing yesterday. He had 33 people show up. We had that times about 1,000. In the Republican primary, as an example, the Survey USA poll, this is considered an A-plus poll, meaning that's how they rate them, A+, A, B, C, D. Then you got some real beauties, too. But this is an A-plus poll. A Survey USA poll has us at 65%, and DeSanctimonious at 9%, and sinking rapidly. He's going down. Sinking like a rock. And in the general election, I'm beating Biden by a lot. And you know, it's interesting, a friend of mine heard I was up by 9 points or 10 points on Biden. He said, and he's not a political person, he said, how could it only be that much? But you know, they have an automatic constituency, Mr. Senator. We know that, right? They have a constituency of various, I don't want to get into it because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, because I believe a lot of those constituencies are going to come our way. So I'm not going to insult anybody. But they have automatic votes that get them to like 38% without even doing it. You could be a guy like Biden, who's dumb as a rock, who doesn't know what he's doing, who's allowing horrible things to happen to our country, who's letting our country be destroyed. And he probably, maybe he doesn't even know it. I'm not sure he knows. It's the people around his desk, the fascists and the communists that deal with him. And, you know, he's perfect for them. You know, they didn't want him, and then they found out he's the perfect guy. We can't get a better guy than this because he'll do anything we tell him. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to let them rig the presidential election of 2024. I'm not going to let it. You know, we got almost 12 million more votes the second time. I always say, well, we did much better the second time. Drives them crazy, but we did much better. I was told that we got 63 million votes. We got 63 million the first time. And I was told that we got 63. Sir, you cannot lose. Fabrizio told me, he's a great pollster. McLaughlin told me, great pollster. Sir, if you got 63, you can't lose. We got like almost 12 million more votes than that, and that's with their counting, okay? Their counting is crooked as hell. And they say we lost, but you know the real answer, and we have so much. If we only had judges that had the courage to do what they should have done. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor, because I am being indicted for you. I am being indicted for you. It's true. It's true. I got indicted more than the great, legendary Alphonse Capone. Has anyone ever heard of Alphonse? You ever heard? You're too young to know about Al Capone. If you looked at him the wrong way, he would kill you, okay? This was a seriously tough mobster. He was I guess you'd call him the king of the mobsters, right? Al Capone only got indicted once. I got indicted 4 times, and mine were in like this tiny little bracket. It's amazing the way all these things happen just right smack in the middle, all these trials. I got these judges, they're appointed. I won't even tell you who appointed them. No, we have to have the trial. The one judge in Washington. No, we want the trial to start the day before Super Tuesday. You know, Super Tuesday in our world, you know, you're very political people. New Hampshire's very political. We kept you exactly where you were. A lot of people wanted New Hampshire to go back. We didn't let that happen. But New Hampshire is very, very political. We have a judge in Washington. The trial date starts on such and such. You know what the day is? The day before Super Tuesday, the biggest of all, right? That's when all of the states get in. And all they do is they just expose themselves. They just expose themselves for what they are. Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who can stop them. True. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. And they want to take away your freedom. We're becoming a communist state. We're becoming a communist state, right? They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. But in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. They're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. I will continue to stand in their way. It's true. Remember when I used to say at rallies, we will never become a socialist nation. I used to say it all the time. And I was right. We've gone right to communism. That's a step. We've gone right to Marxism. We never were socialists because we skipped over socialism, Mr. Congressman. We skipped right over it. We went right to communism. Together we created the most secure border. I mean, the things that we've done are incredible. The border in U.S. history, and built over 500 miles of border wall. I told you we're going to build another 200, and they didn't want to do it. Now, I have a thing if you want. Has anybody ever heard the snake? This has to do with the border, and this has to do now with Israel because of what happened. If you want. Should I do it or not? Okay, I thought you might be in a hurry to get the hell out of here. Nobody's in a hurry, right? So this has to do with borders. It has to do with bad people coming in. Has to do with people coming in from jails and mental institutions. And now it even pertains to Israel. What happened yesterday was incredible. I mean, so many people killed. I don't know, you've been here, but the number was much bigger than they reported even this morning. It's a very big number, very, very big number. And vicious, too. Vicious. Young children just slaughtered. It's terrible what's going on. So this is the snake. And people love it, and I do it if people want to hear it. Some people have heard it, some people haven't. But we'll do it, right? On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried, I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. I'll take care of you, right? Border, people coming in. I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and as soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, cried the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed him and held him tight. But instead of saying, thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, cried the vicious snake. Oh, this is so sad to hear. Look, she's crying in the front. Don't cry. Learn from this. She's crying. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me. But why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. That's what's happening on our border. That's what's happening on our border. This is just a little thing that I did once and I liked it, and I did it again, and some people like it. But what it's saying basically is we're taking in people in our country, that we're taking in people involved with Israel that were attacked, taking in people from all over the world, many of them from prisons, many of them from insane asylums. Please, sir, don't use the term insane asylums. That's Silence of the Lambs stuff. That's serious stuff, right? Mental institutions. Couldn't you just use my geniuses backstage? Sir, could you not use the term insane asylum? Because it's very tough. You know, that's the Silence of the Lamb, Hannibal Lecter, right? I said, well, we have to do that. We have to use the term, but we're taking these people in. Side the vicious snake, right? Side the vicious snake. We're taking people in, and we're going to have taking in terrorists from all over the world. Terrorists are pouring into our country. You know, in 2019, they did a thing. They had no terrorists for a long period of time, none. And yesterday, I heard they announced thousands of terrorists are coming into our country. When I was your president, we had peace through strength. And now we have weakness, conflict, and chaos. The atrocities we're witnessing in Israel would never have happened if I was president, would never have ever happened. When I was commander-in-chief, we reduced the Iranian economy, and I withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, imposed the toughest ever sanctions on the regime, and imposed a strict travel ban to keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. Now they're pouring into our country. They're pouring into our country. Joe Biden undid it. He undid it all and gave billions and billions of dollars to the world's top sponsor of terror, tossing Israel to the bloodthirsty terrorists and jihadists. You saw that just recently. Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, he's another beauty, bragged to this is like a couple of days ago, like yesterday. He bragged to a foreign policy audience, quote, "The Middle East region is quieter today than it's been in 2 decades. Oh, how's that working out? They just attacked Israel. And it's been a hotbed beyond that, even beyond that. This war happened for 3 reasons. The allowing by the Biden administration of Iran to sell massive amounts of oil, making $60 billion a year. People don't talk about that. They talk about the $6 billion. But they gave them $6 billion in ransom money. We got 6, they got 6. We got 5, they got 5. But then what happened is they also got $6 billion. So we got 5, and they got 5. And on top of the 5, they got $6 billion. Somehow, that's not a good deal. And our country has perceived weakness with an incompetent and corrupt leader, Joe Biden, who's laughed at all over the world. And Joe Biden betrayed Israel. You know, when I see Bibi Netanyahu come and he tries to talk them into doing something, they never do it. They never do it. It's a real problem. I can't imagine how anybody who's Jewish or anybody who loves Israel, and frankly, the evangelicals just love Israel. I can't imagine anybody voting Democrat, let alone for this man who's totally, he was shot 30 years ago. He's more shot now. But the problem was all caused by crooked Joe Biden. And, he's negotiating all of these different deals, but he's not really negotiating because he doesn't have time in the day. He spends most of the day sleeping. But he can't. He can't put 2 sentences together. He can't do anything. He can't do anything. We have an incompetent man as our president. Worst president in the history of our country. The only one that's happy about him is Jimmy Carter. It's true. Jimmy's thrilled. But this problem was caused, in my opinion, by his boss, Barack Hussein Obama. Remember Rush Limbaugh? He used to, do we like Rush, right? He used to go, Barack Hussein Obama. But it's caused by Obama. That's the boss of Crooked Joe. And his people who are running the White House. His people are running the White House. And they're running these vicious witch hunts and investigations on me because I don't think Biden's, I don't think he knows what the hell he's doing, which are all about election interference. Even the judge I have in Washington, who is just absolutely biased, happens to be an Obama appointee. How do you think I'll do with her? Nice? A very nice person, I'm sure. She's never going to give me a fair trial, and nor can I get a fair trial in Washington, D.C., because I've called for a federal takeover for a long time of the city so that we can end crime, end squalor, end homelessness, and bring back the capital of our nation to be the most beautiful capital of any country in the world, right? But you can't have, they're supposed to have a trial. I say, I'm taking away your city. No, we're going to make it beautiful. We're going to do it, and we'll be fine. You know what? We're going to be fine. I don't know. I got all these people, these horrible, horrible, crooked people, but somehow we're going to be fine. People say, how do you take it, sir? I say, whatever, but we're going to be fine because that's the way it works out. People get it. You know, the public understands it so well. That's why I'm the only man ever indicted who went up in the polls very substantially. true. Everybody gets indicted, ladies and gentlemen. I will be leaving. No, I'm the only man that's ever been indicted who went up. I think. Would you check that when we get back to Washington, please? I'm pretty sure. How would you like to be indicted, Mr. Congressman? I think you'd be in trouble. He would resign immediately, live happily with his beautiful wife. That would be the end of it, right? But the good thing is we have a voice, and we can explain it. And when we explain it, people understand it's a big scam. It's a big hoax, just like Russia, just like the Pfizer, just like all of the things that were scams. Ukraine, all scams. The whole thing was a scam. As president, I will once again stand strongly with the state of Israel, and we will cut off the money to the terrorists on day one. And reimpose the travel ban on terror-afflicted countries. I had a travel ban. You know, think of it. I don't like talking about it, but now I can, because the time is up. I went 4 years without a problem. 4 years, because I had a travel ban. And the Islamic terrorists weren't allowed. It was very tough for them. I had a very strong travel ban. We didn't have a problem in 4 years. People forget that. People forget what happened before I was there. We had a big, big problem. But the bloodshed and killing that we saw this week will never, ever be allowed to happen on American soil, except for the fact that we have now allowed tens of thousands of probable terrorists into our country. We have people men coming in from China by the thousands. Men, not women, men coming in by the thousands. We have men coming in from the Middle East by the thousands and thousands, and they let them come in, just come right in. There's something going on, and we got to be careful. We need smart leadership. If we don't have smart leadership, we're not going to have a country any longer. Less than 4 years ago, we had peace in the Middle East with the historic Abraham Accords. Today, we have an all-out war in Israel, and it's going to spread very quickly. What a difference a president makes. Isn't it amazing, though? Think what a country, just think about this. Think what our country would have been like if the election had not been rigged and stolen. Think of this. Just think of this. Israel would not now be under attack. 0 chance. These are things 100%. Ukraine would not be under attack by Russia. 0 chance. Place is being wiped out, by the way. Wiped out. It's unbelievable. The cities are just obliterated. Then they say 2 people were hurt. When you find the real death toll that's happening in Ukraine, you're not going to believe it. The numbers are horrible. We would have no hostile relationship with North Korea. I get along with Kim Jong-un very well. A lot of nuclear weapons. We would have left Afghanistan with dignity, strength, and power instead of the worst embarrassment in the history of our country, with dead soldiers, American hostages not taken back. And we left $85 billion worth of military equipment for the Taliban to have lots of fun with. And they're selling much of it. There's third largest merchant in the whole world of military equipment. They're selling, think of it, number 3 in the world. They're selling the equipment that we stupidly left behind. These are stupid people, very stupid people. We would have a strongest border. And by the way, in Afghanistan, I spoke to Abdul, the head of the Taliban. The press went crazy when they heard that. And I said, Abdul, never ever kill any of our soldiers again. 18 months we went. I said, a lot more than that. 18 months we went. Not one soldier was killed in Afghanistan. Not one soldier. 18 months. Biden even said that in his speech. Well, for 18 months, they did lose. 18 months we didn't lose us. They were knocking them out with nobody's ever seen anything like it. During Obama, they were knocking them out. I told him, don't ever do it. He said, but why do you send me? It's an interesting phrase, but why do you send me a picture of my home? I said, you have to figure that one out. But I said, we'll hit you harder than anybody's ever been hit. But the same people that attacked Israel are pouring into our once beautiful USA throughout our totally open southern border. They're coming in at record levels. And they're planning, I don't know, maybe they're planning. Are they planning an attack at our homeland? I mean, I guess maybe that could happen, couldn't it, huh? Who would have thought what you have witnessed for the last 2 days could happen? Crooked Joe Biden and his boss, Barack Hussein Obama, did this to us. We would have the strongest economy in the world. We would have had, think of it, right now, the strongest economy anywhere in the world. There would be no inflation, zero. We would have zero inflation. Interest rates right now would be low because we would have had energy, and that energy drove everything up. Mortgage rates right now, which I told you are the highest in decades, would be low. We'd be energy independent, making a lot of money. We would soon be energy dominant, and all of this money would go toward paying off our national debt and reducing your taxes still further. Largest tax decrease ever. The United Auto Workers and the auto workers all over would not be under siege with this ridiculous electrical vehicle mandate. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. It's a gift to China. They love giving China gifts. I wonder why. They will not have jobs. The auto workers aren't going to have jobs in 2 years. They got to be very careful with their union because they automatically always endorse and support a Democrat. They should endorse us because I said to the head of the union, if you endorse us, you can go away on vacation for 3 months. You will be the greatest head of a union in the history of America because I will bring back the auto industry like you've never seen. But let's see what they do. In other words, we'd be living in a much different world. We'd be respected again, and I would not have to say, make America great again, because America would already be great. I would say, keep America great. Remember, keep America, but I can't say that now, because right now, America's a failing nation. It's a failing, very sadly failing nation. When I'm in the White House, the entire world will know that America is strong, America is safe, and that we are going to take care of our people. We're going to take care of the men and women of our country. We're not going to worry about the rest of the world. We'll do that where necessary, but we've got to take care of our country because we're losing our country. We're losing our country. In addition, I will totally obliterate the deep state. I started that too, very big. I fired Comey. I got rid of a lot of the FBI people. And we'll stop the weaponization of our government and overhaul the corrupt FBI and DOJ from the ground up. They're corrupt. They're corrupt. And before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, we are going to win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. I'll get it settled. And it will be done quickly and fairly. And I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will do something that nobody else can say. Remember when I was running against crooked Hillary, beautiful Hillary, I was running against her. She said, he will start a war because of his personality. No, my personality is what kept us out. We had no wars. We beat ISIS and came home. We came home from Syria. We came home from Iraq. It was just the opposite. It's called dealing from strength. But I will do something that nobody else will be able to do, and I say it with a guarantee. I will prevent World War III. You're going to have World War III. You're going to have World War III. I see it happening. You have things happening, and you have a president that has no clue what's going on. On my first day back in the White House, I'll terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest deportation operation in American history. I'll also use Title 42 to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families in their home countries. We'll do that immediately. And under my administration, we reduced drug overdose deaths in New Hampshire, as you know that, by 19%. And that's not even good enough, but it was going like a skyrocket. At least we got it turned. And we were doing some big things. Under Biden, they're up over 15%. What a difference. So that's over 30%. And as I've said many, many times, we will destroy the cartels just as we destroyed ISIS. You know, I beat ISIS and did it quickly. They were fighting ISIS for 20 years, and I defeated ISIS in less than 4 weeks because I wanted to defeat them. And we have a great military, and I let the military do its job, okay? And I will ask Congress to ensure that when a drug dealers caught, smugglers, human traffickers, and you have it, I think, worse than any nation, any state, anywhere in the nation. When we catch a drug dealer, the only way you're going to stop it is the death penalty. And if you go to China, and remember, each drug dealer Each drug dealer, on average, causes 500 deaths, not to mention the destruction of families. And plenty of people are in this room where your family has been destroyed because one of your kids, whether they died or just have been incapacitated for the rest of their life, each drug dealer causes 500 deaths plus destructions of families. And when you have a death in your family like that, that's a pretty good destruction of the family, because most families can never function after that when they lose their child. The death penalty for drug dealers, very simple. You will see it end so fast. You will see it end so fast. You know, when I was in China, I said to President Xi, do you have a drug problem? No. No, you don't have a drug problem. You got 1.4 billion people, no drug problem. I said, what's the reason for that? Quick trial. I pretty much knew what he was talking about, but I said, quick trial. That means what I think it means. That means we catch the drug dealer, we give them a trial immediately, and if they're guilty, they are executed. And you know, they send the cost of the bullet to the family. They play hardball. They don't have a drug. In Singapore, they have no drug problem, zero drug problem, because they have the death penalty. Now, I don't know if this country is ready for the death penalty, but remember, every single drug dealer causes 500 deaths and destroys states. Your state is being destroyed because of it, let's face it. You're the worst. I don't know why. New Hampshire is affected more than most other states for some reason. But if you had the death penalty, you would have, everybody would leave. They'd say, let's go someplace else. You know, we set up, when I was president, we did a good job. We cut it down 19%, but 19% is not good. We cut it down 19. No, it went up for 40 years, 19%. We cut it. And we'd have a blue ribbon committee made of socialites, headed up by a great first lady in many cases, and she was wonderful. But they'd have a beautiful, nice committee, and they're dealing with these monsters, the cartel people, and these are monsters that are very smart, rich as hell, they have plenty of everything. And, you know, these blue ribbon committees, everyone wanted to be on, I want to be on a blue ribbon committee. And most of the time would be talking, you know, they talk about society, they talk about life, and then they get on with their lives, right? Now, if you want to stop the drug problem in this country, you have to have the death penalty for drug dealers. It's very simple. And you will stop it. I just don't know whether or not, and I'm totally in favor of it, but I don't know whether or not our country is ready for it. But if it's not ready now, when is it going to be? So I think we're losing, you know, they say 100. They've been using that 100,000 for years, right? Even less. I think we're losing 300,000 or 400,000 people a year. And if you add the destruction that they're doing to the fabric of our society to it, it's astronomical. If you want to stop it, you have to go with the death penalty for drug dealers. So I just want to conclude by saying all of the things that you want are going to be done. I am a conservative person, but when they say conservative, I say really more than conservative. I'm a person of common sense, just like the people in this audience, because common sense is so important. And what we would love you to do is to get out and join the campaign. We have so many people. We have incredible people involved in the campaign. I love them all. Steve, I don't know where you are. You're someplace in the room, but I love you all. And get out and support our campaign. We have to win big. The way you absolutely win is you have to swamp them. You have to swamp them because they can cheat and they will always cheat. And you understand that. They will always cheat. But when you swamp them, they can only cheat so much. And that's what we have to do. We have to have numbers like bigger than we had in 2020, which were record-setting. You know, that was the most votes ever gotten by a city president. And yet they did terrible, terrible things. Terrible things. It was terrible for our country, and the world knows it, and most people know. When you look at polls, most people know it. They get it. And we just can't let it happen again. So I know that with you at my side, we're going to go and have a tremendous success. It's going to be a success like no other. I think it'll be the biggest event in political history, actually. I think it'll be bigger than 2016. And we're going to do a great job. And I just appreciate New Hampshire. So many friends up here and so many friends in the room. And we love you very much. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
hour and a half, it seems like, really touch on what is happening here in New Hampshire and things that are happening around the world. We want to thank our partners for today, the Birch Gold Group, your experts in gold, silver, and precious metals. If you want to get a free information kit about how you can get started in a gold-backed IRA, simply text the words Trump to 989898. Also, he's having some fun up there, isn't he? Also, don't forget to get those Trump t-shirts. Get that America Most Wanted, Trump Most Wanted t-shirt. Get that as well. Join that club, exclusive club, and that will be shipped to you. Of course, it's all based here in the U.S. And don't forget that Trump book, for all the accomplishments of President Trump, having some fun with the crowd on stage. Get the Trump book as well, freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Get the facts about President Trump. Very interesting speech. You know, it was, we're used to Iowa so much being centered lately. He did drill down on New Hampshire, lobster fishing offshore. I thought that was very interesting. And also the opioid addiction and drugs coming into this country. Thoughts on that?
Well, the fact that he hit that pretty hard here in New Hampshire. This is a fired up crowd in New Hampshire for President Trump. My favorite quote of the afternoon, there's a number of them. What a difference a president makes. That's he made that quote, and that sum up what's going on. What a difference a president makes. A lot of things would be turned around right now if he was in the White House, and hopefully will be in 2025.
Yeah, I agree. What a difference a president makes. What a difference 3 years makes, that coming up on 3 years from the Biden administration. But really, I guess one of the things that my takeaway on this was the response he got talking about protecting children, protecting the innocence of children, the sexualization of children, the banning the transgender surgeries of minors. You know, if you're 18, 19 years old and you want to transition, then that's you. You're an adult. But he's protecting children. And there was two things that he said that really got this crowd up until that point off their seats and really cheering loud. One was the banning the transgender surgeries, and number two was doing away with the Department of Education. Both those two items have to do with dealing with our kids, parental rights. And let me tell you something, if there's anybody out there right now that thinks that's not an issue with the American people and the base, need to check themselves, because it's very much an issue here amongst the base. Is Protect Children's Innocent Act, which Marjorie Taylor Greene has a bill on the floor right now to protect children's innocence, to make it a felony for transgender surgeries. And there's some people right now in office that refuse to get behind something like that. It's simple as protecting our kids.
That makes no sense that anybody would be against something so simple. Yeah. That should pass with flying colors. The people literally shot up here and cheered loudly when President Trump said those two things.
Yeah, and I noticed that amongst all the other topics he talked about, and it just stood out to me.
One other thing that stood out was the beginning of the speech. I haven't heard him say this before. He said, "I feel like I'm in landslide territory here in New Hampshire." I mean, his polls are really skyrocketing all around the country. So it looks like landslide territory is a lot of places in the country right now, Brian.
It is. He's got the momentum. He's overwhelmingly has the momentum. And, you know, head-to-head with Biden, he's probably trending, I think, probably 10 to 15 points over Biden. Landslide in the primary. But it's all about swamping the vote, and we talked about that earlier. You know, we can have happy talk all day long about the policies to make this country great, but in November of next year, if the American people simply don't show up for whatever reason, maybe if they lost faith in their election cycle, whatever the reason is, then we're not going to win. We have the policies in place. We have the solutions to fix the problems. We just need to get out and vote and make a difference next year.
100%. This is a great town, a wonderful state, and we hope that this will be a win in the primary in February, right after the Iowa caucus, February 13th.
Yeah, and also he touched on Israel, obviously what was going on, and this is something that's really been kind of making the chats on X and on Facebook, and we get emails about it as well, is what's happening with the open border, with the... Do we have Islamic militarists coming through, military people coming through here?
Right.
Can it happen on American soil that happened in Israel? And the answer to that question is absolutely yes, it can, and we should be concerned as ever on securing our border.
400 terrorists on the list, the government list, have passed over the southern border here.
Yeah.
The southern, no more border, but hopefully it gets back real quick.
Yeah. We want to thank our partners once again, Birch Gold. If you want to get more information about investing in gold, silver, and precious metals, simply go over to Birch Gold, text the words Trump to 989898, and go get that T-shirt as well. Go get that most wanted T-shirt, that Trump collectible. Join that club, get that T-shirt, and by all means, if you got kids in your family, why not get them the book that tells the truth about all the accomplishments of President Trump? freetrumpbook.com on that. But we cannot forget about the patriot of all patriots as far as our partners, and that would be the great Mike Lindell. I just encourage you right now, Christmas is coming up. MyPillow.com/RSBN is the best place to get the greatest discounts on all your products. Clearance items there as well. The MyPillow 2.0, the mattress toppers, the dog bed, the slippers, the towels. They have them all there. MyPillow.com/RSBN. Get out and support Mike Lindell. He is losing $2 million a month in his legal bills, and he needs help. And I'm telling you, even if you've bought a dozen pillows in your lifetime from this man, just go buy something and help him out.
I have a number of his products. This is the perfect time, literally, for Christmas shopping to go ahead on that site, mystore.com, and buy a number of products for him. Not just because him being a sponsor here at Right Side, but because of what he has done for this nation, day in and day out. A great man of God, a great man that is a conservative. So go ahead and purchase some of his products.
There you go. Programming note, we're going to take a day off tomorrow. We're going to go over down to Florida on Wednesday for a Club 47 speech there. A packed house. I've been told it's sold out. 3,500 people there, so there's going to be a pretty packed house, and I'll be hosting a special opening ceremony, kind of an open round table with some invited guests there, so join us for that. Vanessa Broussard will have the full coverage as well, and then looks like we're making our way back to Iowa on Monday. Got a double stop there in Iowa on Monday, so as always, we'll be there on the ground. I believe you'll be there, I'll be there, and we'll have a couple other people joining us as well on the ground in Iowa, because it looks like, we're 13 months away from election basically, but it feels like it's next week with all the travel schedule and the hectic thing.
100%. I mean, we're less than now 100 days from the Iowa caucus on January 15th.
Yeah.
So it's been heating up, but it's really going to a high gear right now. In other news, we heard about RFK Jr. Officially announcing as an independent running for president. There's other news going on out there, but we know one thing. President Donald Trump is the man for the job. The country knows it.
Yeah, he's got the overwhelming support. Always go to our website, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for the newsletter as well. Not only do you get the latest developments not only in the presidential race but other things happening around the country, you also get special offers in that newsletter as well. So rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Sign up for the newsletter. You can also sign there to donate as well. As you know, when we first started off, we were off the ground. We had donations. That's what kind of kept us on the air. So go sign up for all that. You can also follow us on social media at RSBN on Truth Social. You can follow me at Brian Glenn TV on X, on Instagram, on Facebook, and follow you as well.
Yep, at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social, at Matthew Alvarez. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. This has been a great day here in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, a beautiful town, gorgeous right now with the fall foliage out there as it kicks into high gear.
Yeah, we'll take some pictures on the way out. There you go. All right, for Matthew Alvarez, Brian Glenn saying so long here from New Hampshire. We'll see you in Florida on Wednesday.
Hello, this is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created a kids guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Get your free gift bundle featuring The Kid's Guide to President Trump, a free kids magazine, and the Great Again video lesson by visiting freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.